Hello and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast. My name is Jed and today we are reading the Philosophical Midwifery book and we are at an exciting part of the book. We're in chapter 2. We've just finished a big section within chapter 2 on understanding the nature of blame and the root cause of anger. That's exciting. We had a question. How does that differ from what we are doing? And we concluded that there are many differences, of course, between blame, which assigns a single cause to something and neglects the many factors, including the pathologos, which is baby brain, a single cause. It's very simple for a very smooth brain of a very dumb baby. Right. Also, the second problem with blame is the cause of the bad thing, again, is an innately bad creature. Maybe you've heard people talk like this. Humans are innately selfish. Humans are innately sinful. Humans are innately criminal. Humans are innately violent. Yada, yada, yada. Oh, hello and welcome to the chat. Glad to see you here. So, assigns a single cause when there are many, especially the pathologos as a fundamental cause of human problems. The cause is an innate badness, which is terrible, which is the opposite of what we are learning about the self. The self is the opposite of bad and innately bad and innately incapable of understanding. Also, blame seeks to do something called intimidation, which is the insistence of any time the person makes a mistake of any kind or anything they do is evidence of that original blame, that original declaration of the wrongness of that person, which is intimidation, a self-fulfilling prophecy, keeps somebody stuck. Also, number 5, 4, single cause, innate badness, anything you do is proof of that thing. And violence. Following up the blame is some insistence on some infliction of suffering, which is violence, which is usually a tool for oppression. On a global scale, it's what's the 1% use to take all the stuff from us to keep the world in slavery. It requires violence for the 1% to control the 99%. But what we're also seeing is it's a kind of psychological violence as well. The infliction of violence and suffering on another human being in order to teach them a lesson. Now, again, baby brain, because actual teaching of lessons is the opposite. It's following the logos, it's the dialectic, it's midwifery, it's what we're learning here. And if we do that, then you have to do the opposite of inflicting suffering. You do the best that you can to create the conditions where the physical needs of a person is met, the emotional needs of the person is met, so they're safe and they're supported, so they can do the sometimes scary work, the courageous work, the brave work of self-reflection, ousia. Now, specifically self-reflection to discover the self-logos, the understandable structure of reality that comes from the self, is directed to you, the self, in order to guide you along the path of the self-logos to recognize the self once again. So it's the exact opposite of teaching anything. Number 1, also violence in order to teach a lesson is not only can't work, but the lesson you're teaching is don't get caught. Or put yourself in a position where you are inflicting violence and suffering or torture on another person to punish them, to teach them a lesson, so you can get a alleviation from being the one punished. In other words, be the bully is the moral lesson being taught, which is a terrible lesson. Therefore, this idea of rewards and punishments is, in principle, by definition, in many ways, false and harmful. And finally, blame serves as a psychological trick to distract us from actually doing our purpose. Let's find the actual language. It's a psychological distraction. It's a psychological diversion. It's a psychic maneuver to draw us away from reflecting on our root beliefs. That's the game. Understanding the actual causes of problems, which are our root beliefs. It's a diversion, psychic maneuver to draw us away from the scope, function, and implication behind our beliefs. That's blame. What are we doing instead? Understanding, which requires an acknowledgement of the pathologos, as well as an acknowledgement that people know what they are doing when they act in this terrible way, pass on the conditions for the pathologos that was done to them, do unto others what was done unto you, that principle. They know that they're doing it, but most people insist on the right to not reflect on their root beliefs. They insist on their right to remain ignorant about why they do the things. That's where we come in and say, no. We're not blaming you because there are a lot of conditions and causes at play, and you are not innately bad. You do, like all human beings, have a pathologos, which means you have a moral responsibility to reflect on that and do your best to free yourself from that pernicious entity, from that sinister force that is the cause of suffering, misery, and problems in humanity. That's the work. That's the responsibility we all have, and that's what we insist upon. That's the difference between what we are doing and the game of blame. The blame game. What is life? Oh, in the chat. Sorry. Let's check in with the chat. What is life trying to teach me when people are being dismissive of me? Oh, it's the reoccurring theme of the day. Good. It's good that you're finding themes. That's important. Make sure you're writing it down somewhere because we can often forget. We want to create a list of themes. Also take note of the thoughts that come up and the feelings or states of mind. These are two other lists you should be making when you start noticing a repeating theme of a problem that's affecting you. That's the start of the journey. Now, it's important to realize if people are dismissing you, you have already have a kind of belief, an aspect of your own unsuspected pathologos. You don't know you have this belief because it wasn't put into words. That's why we're learning the art of logos, to put it into words. And why we're learning the art of midwifery, so we can come back and return to that original fight we lost. There was an insult against you where you were perhaps dismissed at a very young age, unjustly, unfairly, and you took the blame to save the image of your loved ones, your teachers. We are learning a language and a way of talking called the dialectic that will allow us to go back and fight that battle properly and win by telling the truth. No, I shouldn't be dismissed. Here is my answer. By the way, this is what you are doing when you are challenged by my way of being that's more in self than you are able to do. Your reaction is to see that as a threat to your way of being and to do what you can to establish the conditions to pass on a pathologos. You can't make someone have a pathologos. They come to the conclusion, but you can set it up so you can sort of get the kind of conclusion you want. I want you to feel insignificant, so I'm going to dismiss you. That, along with all of the other bullshit games we've been playing in the house and the family up until now, are creating the conditions for you to walk away and think, well, X. That's what we're looking for. What is the conclusion you must have walked away with from that first instance? And this brings us to the next theme that we've just covered, anger. The fact that you are being triggered by people acting in this particular way. There are people doing lots of other things to you. They don't really stay in your mind, but these jerks who are dismissing you, oh, that's the one that really sticks. That's the one that makes you feel things. That's the one that makes you think things. Which means, think of it this way. If a little kid came up to you and said, oh, you're an alien, you wouldn't freak out and have an existential crisis. I thought I was a human my whole life. You wouldn't think that because you don't believe that kid knows anything. You don't think he's knowing, wise, good, skillful, worth listening to. You don't think that. So you're not going to believe him when he says you're an alien. Why then do you believe someone who is dismissing you? They are also not knowing. That's not a very knowing thing to do. That's not a very wise thing to do. That's not a very strong or caring thing to do. To shut down the logos. In fact, it's the opposite. To invite people to share in dialogue, dialectic, and wonder about the logos we're here to explore and master. That is true wisdom. That is true strength. Why then is someone who is doing the opposite, why do they appear strong, appear worth listening to the point where you actually believe it and feel stuff when they say crap? In other words, it's a puzzle piece to remind you of a puzzle that is as yet unsolved. Our problems are clues. And what are we doing? We are looking for repeating themes, thoughts, states of mind. We're trying to trace it back. Did it happen yesterday? Did it happen last week? Can you think of a time where it happened last year? What about your first day of high school? What about when you were in primary school? How far back can you go? We're like hunting a wild ox in the forest. We're tracing his footprints to find where he sleeps. Then we're going to jump on him and tame him when we find him. Now that's a metaphor to talk about finding the origin scene. Where did we first get this charade pulled on us when we were in a good state, when we were doing well, that we came to a false conclusion about ourselves, reality, and our ability to understand the big three: the one self, the experience of mind itself, and our self-logos. You sacrificed those and your destiny in order to save these people, or rather save your false image of these people. So that's the origin scene we're on the hunt for. So I know that in the chat, I know they didn't actively mean to, but still made me sad. They were busy and tired. Or some other flaw that we all have. Right. So there's two things that could be at play. Either you're right and it had nothing to do with you, they're having a bad day, and you might have projected this functioning or this intention onto the person. That's a possibility. Because the projections we make are of that origin scene. Why? While our soul seeks to know truth, true beauty, which is actually tied to truth, the imitation of beauty, which is not tied to truth because it's just an imitation, a cosplay done by our parents or parental figures, that takes the place. So our soul is seeking truth. That's the game. You can't be a philosopher if you're not seeking truth. You can't reach your destiny if you're not seeking truth. But also, it's the search for beauty itself. Beauty itself, truth itself, goodness itself, justice itself. These are all of the self-logos terms. You know, because it's got the word self in front of it. All of the nouns of the things that we see as adjectives. For example, we see the adjective of beauty, but we're hunting for the noun. What's beauty itself? These are the objects of the dialectic in philosophy, because these things are all aspects of true reality. Truth itself, the truth about reality. The metaphysical dimension of pure mind or pure being. That's what our focus is on when we use the dialectic in philosophy. Here in midwifery, we're doing the same thing, but on the opposite term. We are doing a dialectic on our false image of beauty, of our false image of justice, of our false image of goodness, of our false image of truth, because that appearance of beauty was not tied to truth, because it wasn't beauty itself in the realm of being or the highest aspect of your own consciousness. It was some jerk trying to play a Noah, copying their own parents, inflicting some sort of insult and injustice against you, yourself, and your goals, because they were just bullshitting, because they didn't know anything, because they didn't do their work to A, remove their false belief through midwifery, and B, discover the true nature of what it would mean to be wise and caring and knowing through philosophy. Why? Because they insisted on their right to be ignorant. That's what we can't allow. Can't allow that. We're not blaming you, but we are pointing to your moral responsibility to do your work. Why? Because if you don't, you can do harm, and it's the sort of harm that screws up a person's whole life. So we asked the question last time, what would it be like to be raised in a family where, when the child is doing really well and our pathologos is triggered, we have an awareness of that human response, and instead of buying into it and being a slave to the worst kind of master in our soul, we instead take the reins of our soul and say, no, I'm not going to crush you the same way I was crushed. I am going to open up a dialogue. Let's talk. Let's reflect on what happened. Can we understand it? Why did it happen? What message are we being sent? And last time we saw that was what it means to be a true friend and a true lover. So if we want to be good in our relationships, that's what we're aiming for. So you're right, maybe you're projecting, or maybe they were doing it. In which case, we recognize from what we read last time, they do know what they are doing if they were actually dismissing you. They don't know why. Why is that? Because the activity of discovering why we play out our negative functioning, why we live a negative dialectic as our life, the cause of that is the pathologos, which requires us to learn midwifery, which is why we're here. I don't blame them, but just reflecting why my reaction was this way. Instead of, I think that's an otter with a rock. This person must be at fault for how I feel. But then again, I'm always like, maybe I'm the problem and take responsibility over everything. Maybe I don't communicate enough. Maybe I wasn't patient enough. Right, so you've got a whole list of hypotheses. Write them all down, take them with you, and see which one pans out. Try it, and then come back, share in the Discord or in the comments section or in the chat. How did it go? You can type in, well, you know what? I tried that communication thing. Next time I felt like I was being dismissed. I thought, well, maybe it's my own hesitancy to communicate. So I'm going to try and ask them, hey, by the way, when I said that thing and then you turned away and started talking about something else, did you hear what I said? What did you think about what I said? Why didn't you respond to what I said? I just want to know in case you're dismissing me. Let me know how that goes. Maybe you have a follow-up question. Oh yeah, I was dismissing you. I think you're a stupid head. Oh, interesting. By the way, is that just? Oh, and by the way, if it's not just, where did you learn this? Or, who are you copying? Who taught you that this dismissal of the logos of a person is a good thing? Who played that game on you? These are all follow-up questions that we can ask, because what we're doing is telling the truth, because we are in the book, we are learning where our beliefs come from. So these are questions we ask ourselves all the time. So we might as well share them with others if they're the right questions to ask. But also it's a kind of invitation to a new way of being. Definitions and demonstrations, the first two categories of the dialectic. You need both. We're using our words to ask questions, to define the issue, and also we are demonstrating a new way of being based in the joy and the wonder of the self-logos, which is self-reflection, using the way of thinking that we're learning here, using the dialectic that is a reflection on causes and principles that can allow us to understand and free ourselves from our problems and also reach our destiny. So let's try it out. Because that's the game. It's a relationship. It's not a one and done thing. And it's for your benefit, not theirs. I mean, secondarily, it will be of benefit to them, but the idea is for you to see why you are having these things come up in your existence. Because, as we see in the text, it's all for a reason. So let's go right back to the start and read the first paragraph of this chapter. It is entirely possible to verify for oneself that we are part of a caring and intelligible universe. The verification is a kind of proof, since it is a way of understanding that is based upon a realization that our mind constantly communicates with us, and for our benefit. That's a realization. And then you will realize and see for yourself if you play this game. The communications from the mind are as profound as they are utterly appropriate to our circumstances. Profound level of intelligence. For while the scope of the mind is pervasive, its precision is always directed to what's personally significant. The world is full of clues and puzzles that are all gifts that we can unpack by applying ousia, self-reflection on our experiences, using the logos and dialectic, self-reflection. In the chat, I think the childhood thing was right, but I usually shut things out most of the time and don't confront hard feelings. Okay. So this is the other part of the game. To be in the game also is we talked about seeking truth. We talked about reflecting on our experiences, hopefully with friends over coffee. My flamingo loves coffee. Seeking truth, reflecting on your experiences, that's ousia. Trying to use the dialectic in your thinking and communication and your reading. So we're using the dialectic in the reading as much as we can. But also there's another essential quality to be in the quest for your destiny, the quest to know the self, that is seeking excellence in something that is personally significant to you. So if you are right now, you're saying, most of the times I shut things out and I don't confront hard feelings. But if you were doing an activity that was personally significant, that dismissing of your own problems and feelings is going to cost you. You won't be able to reach the heights of your goals within that activity. So what? So you can do two things. You can give up on your goals to keep this way of being where you don't explore, you don't wonder, you don't test new ways of being, and you don't reflect with the logos and the dialectic and the art of midwifery. A way of being where you do none of those things. None of the things that you're supposed to be doing here on the planet. Says truth. Or you can sacrifice that negative way of being that keeps you blocked and limited in order to reach your highest goals. You can't have both. Now there's a workaround. You can say, well, I'm still in the goal, but I'm going to do it half-assed. That's why we have to be seeking our most personally significant goals with excellence, trying to do it as best we can. Try and min-max your goals. Everything you're learning in philosophy, which is what we read on this channel as well, can you incorporate all that in your goal? My goal is to be a bicyclist. Can you do it with more justice? Can you do it with more beauty? Can you do it with more mastery? All of these questions. Because then you can't escape. You can't just give up. Or rather, you will see the stakes of giving up. Usually I do this thing that doesn't solve my problems. Of course. That's a true statement for everyone. Usually everyone does the thing that prevents them from seeing their problem. This is the thing. We all know what we're doing. We don't know why we're doing it. So your job is to get curious about why you keep doing this thing that prevents you from understanding your feelings, understanding your purpose, communicating what's important to you. Because that's another clue about your problem. Our problems function to prevent our sharing in the self-logos. So what? So make sure your goal is, or at least includes, sharing in the self-logos. That's the highest goal. That's our destiny. A sharing in and a mastery of, and a functioning through the art of the self-logos. Understanding the dialectic. So our problems will function to prevent that participation. You have, as we are reading, we're not blaming you for avoiding that, but you do have a responsibility to see every time you miss the mark of excellence in what's personally significant. Because you have a moral responsibility to discover the root cause of your problems. Because this problem you have, you are suffering from. It's keeping you stuck. And also, if you are ever in a position of authority, you will create the conditions to pass on this kind of sickness to other people. Because you think it's real, you think it's good, you think it's worth doing, because you do it, because you listen to people who do it. So get curious. If you do, you might come upon a realization that these problems that you have are how our mind constantly communicates with us, profound intelligence, and for our benefit, profound care. Those are the two big ones. All pervasive right now, the reality that we're living in, our experience, which is through mind, is of mind. Even at school, they tell us this. They say, oh, when you see things, it's light photons hitting the cones in our eyes, and then that gets displayed on our retina, and that image has to be flipped over by our brain. And then that's what we think of as the outside world, but it's all within our mind. That principle is reality. It's all mind. It's all in mind, because we can prove for ourselves that the scope of the mind is pervasive. It's always there, always around you. It's what you're experiencing in and through. It's actually not just what you're experiencing, the object, mind. It's not just the thing having the experience. It's your mind experiencing mind. It's also the activity. The activity of mind experiencing mind in this moment is mind. So it's mind minding mind. Now that's something we can understand and also prove, because the proof, here we go. Where does it say about the proof? Oh yes, the verification is a kind of proof, since it's a way of understanding based upon the realization that our mind constantly communicates with us and for our benefit. You will, if you test this understanding, so there's our application, our demonstration, and you test it to reach your most significant goals with excellence, which requires self-reflection, the dialectic, reflection on causes, then you will see it for yourself. And once you see it for yourself, you don't have to believe anyone. So if anyone dismisses this, you think that reality is understandable and intelligent and is communicating to you puzzles to solve because that's your destiny and that's the destiny for all men, all humans, all life, I dismiss that. You're a crazy person. That's not going to affect you, because you know they're wrong, because you have proven it through understanding and direct experience. That's the game. We will demonstrate that our choice of goals, the problems we face, the daydreams or fantasies we have, and the dreams that visit us in our sleep, each and every one of them are like doorways into the richest source of insights into our life. Wow. What we discover through these insights is that the mind itself. You don't need an ancient text. You don't need a guy in a dress and a funny hat at the front of a church. You don't need a professor of this or that to tell you. The mind itself provides the ample evidence of its own goodness and intelligibility. Its nature is goodness, which is what benefit bestows. And the way it bestows it is through the logos, which is intelligible, which means understandable and also knowable. So that's the opening of this chapter. And then we go down to page 19. Here we go. Already in this chapter, we have talked about the nature of the pathologos, the condition and transmission of the pathologos, the amnesia. So the pathologos being that fundamental false belief about self and reality that's causing our problems, that it's our responsibility to understand and uncover. We talked about the condition and the transmission. What were the conditions to pass on this bollocks to us? The amnesia, we forget the origin scenes, we forget the particular details, often to save our loved ones. And we have to remember. Now this reflects what we are reading in the Meno, that all learning is remembering. Finding a good place for my microphone. Only in philosophy we are learning about the truth of reality and self. But here in midwifery, of course, the two go together. They're complementary. It's the dialectic applied to remembering the conditions of our false belief is midwifery, and philosophy is the dialectic applied to remembering the truth. Once we get these things out of the way, if that's not true, if that's not real, if that's not justice, if that's not strength, if that's not love, what is? That's philosophy. Same game, dialectic applied to these terms, only it's based on what's true, which is the dialectic. The dialectic has side A, if of what's true, and side B if it's not true. So not only is our work to master the art of the dialectic, the activity of doing it is itself a dialectic, because midwifery is, where's my pen? If self, mind, or the self logos does exist, that's philosophy. Dialectic applied to that. If it doesn't, and we think our self is inadequate, reality is cruel, uncaring, cold, unknowable, or understanding itself is not good enough, you can't understand things, that's the pathologos. That goes in this category. So this is us, a walking dialectic. You're either a slave to this ruler and you're stuck suffering your problems, or you do this game and you can free yourself from what's false and use that freedom to discover what's true. That's the game. That's the game. So the amnesia, the wordless transmission, the fact that we don't remember it is because we didn't put it into words. So we're going back with a new skill set. We've leveled up. By learning this, the art of the dialectic, in order to remember. So it was a wordless transmission. You weren't allowed to ask questions. You weren't allowed to put words on it. It was too dangerous to. Giving a threat to your life when you're a baby. So what we learned, what are we doing on this channel? The opposite. We're creating the conditions where questions are encouraged. Questions are the whole game. Dialogue is encouraged. No one is cut off, excluded, condemned. Because when we start to do that, that is itself a mark of our own pathologos. Very simple standard. Are you inviting people to share in the dialectic, reflecting on what's most significant, using the words of the self-logos? Or are you blocking it? If you're blocking it, it's a block to the logos, or probably a pathologos. Blame and anger, what we just finished. So why does this always highlight when I don't know? Blame and anger. And now we're on number 6. The struggle over discussing the pathologos. That's where we are. So we talked about blame today. Anger. Anger is the misdirected feelings about the injustice we suffered from that origin scene, and the injustice we are continuing to suffer by carrying this problem that doesn't belong to us. It's an imitation that we are carrying to save false images of loved ones from childhood. That's not fair. The original insult against the self wasn't true or fair. The fact that you are still carrying it isn't fair. The fact that you will never reach your destiny if you continue to hold it isn't fair. It's causing repeating cycles of problems or suffering. That's not fair. And because it's not fair, your mind will not tolerate it. So when a situation that's analogous to your problem comes up, we get angry. Why? Because the nature of the problem is an analogy. We think the present is just like that origin scene. If I show myself in the real world, if I use my words, if I talk about what's important, if I pursue my goals and not the authority figure's goals, then I'll get attacked, I'll get dismissed, I'll get crushed. Just like when it happened the first time when I was young. That's the false analogy. We think this moment is a lesser reflection of the true experience of our origin scene. Why? Because that's a fake enlightenment. In philosophy, we talk about experiencing the brilliant light of pure being, pure mind. That's ousia, mind minding mind, which gives us along with our dialectic and understanding and a direct experience of the true principle of beauty, the true principle of justice. In our current world, it's very frustrating because it's full of liars and scam artists, capitalists, consumerists, fascists, and so on and so on. It's frustrating because we know that it's bad. They know it's bad. They know subjugating everyone to become a multi-billionaire is bad. They know destroying the planet for profit's bad. They know what they are doing. What's frustrating to us is, why are we allowing it? Why are we not insisting that truth exists? Beauty exists. Justice isn't just whatever you want it to be, Elon, or Trump, or Bezos, or Adolf, whoever, or Putin. It's not whatever you want it to be. There is actually a truth about justice that is knowable. That's our frustration. That we haven't introduced the logos yet that shows that these things are true, understandable, and knowable, verifiable. They are objective facts. These are the principles that we should be insisting every leader use. We get frustrated when they're hypocrites, when they don't use a principle. They say, oh, you go to jail for doing this thing, but it's not a principle because if I do it, I don't get to go to jail. Corruption, lack of principles. The understanding of the principles is the game that we're in. Also, midwifery, it's understanding the causes. Another problem that we have at the time of recording is the billionaires and people who are leading. They're not leading. Their pathologos is leading. They are a slave to it as well. But not only are they not using principles, they're not solving problems. I think yesterday there was a plane crash, and instead of addressing the cause of the problem, again, capitalism, it's usually the same cause. People cutting costs to make short-term profit at the expense of the lives, well-being of the workers and the planet. It's almost always that cause in capitalism. But instead, Donald Trump said, "Oh no, it's DII. It's the poorest and most exploited people. DEI hires, diversity, equality, and inclusion, giving people chances who are usually excluded from having any chance because of the inherent sexism, racism, and class exploitation built into capitalism. Let's try and help people a little bit to survive. No, helping poor people and women and people of minority, people who are minorities in the country, that's the problem. That's not the cause. You're not going to fix the problem unless you address causes. So, as we say for individuals, we're not blaming you for having your problem, but you do have a moral responsibility to find the cause of your problem. Equally so, to find the principles that should be there instead of these false causes. If justice isn't being a Nazi, learn what justice is. Find the true principle. And if you're a leader, you have a job to do that. To find the true universal principle of justice, number one, communicate it to everyone so we can all get there, because it's all of our destiny, and to use it when you make laws. Always. Transparently. No gatekeeping. No lying. No giving it a name that says, Patriot Act, when it's the opposite. That's just like if you were flying a plane, you have a job to learn the principles of how to fly a plane and to use those principles and to be able to communicate it to anyone who says, hey, are you a pilot? Prove it. Do an exam, get your pilot's license. Same thing for any occupation. What we are failing to do is apply it to what's most important, our soul and governance. That's what we're learning here. That's called the logos. Those are applied to just the physical world, like being an architect or being a pilot or being a doctor. Easier to see. The logos transcends the physical world. That's why it's the next thing we have to learn as a species. That's why it's the next level of evolution. Takes us away from practical things to the most, what's the word? The most personally significant things. The logos takes us out of what's individual, what's physical, to true principles that are universal, that are non-physical. So what are we doing? Reflecting on causes of problems and the true principles. That's the game, and that's the logos. Oh, and it's fun. Let's not forget it's fun. It's fun. Keep that in mind. Okay, let's read the last part of what we just read. So, so we talked about, so if we are not doing the work we just mentioned, simply reflecting on the causes of our problems and reflecting on the principles, that's true. We will be nursing a sullen fury. By the way, the withdrawal from meaningful conflict deprives us from entering into a mature mindfulness and keeps us from participating in the highest level of our ideals. So, to the chatter, saying, I don't talk about my feelings, or if I'm slighted or something. Just sit back a little bit from the camera. Meaningful conflict. Having the courage to put words on and reflect on and understand what's going on is meaningful conflict. If you are withdrawing from that meaningful conflict, you are depriving yourself from mindfulness, from meaning, from maturity. and the highest level of your ideals. The consequence of accepting falsehoods unknowingly is to be deceived about what is most vital to us. No one would accept that consciously. Okay, these elements of we experience greater turmoil over personal injustice than confronting cowardice and ignorance. The elements of the pathologos, the anger, the injustice, the intimidation, the cruel satisfaction you get after crushing someone like that, are materials out of which the human drama has unfolded. These are not new discoveries or new creations. We have brought them together so that their role and function can be comprehended within philosophical midwifery. All traditions deal with this drama. And then we looked at Achilles, talked about where he got his inner rage and he was nursing his anger. That was as sweet as dripping honey, he said. But then he engaged in a reflection with Lord Phoenix, his surrogate father. And Lord Phoenix conveyed, oh, by the way, my life had all these dramas that I was living out repeatedly. These were my problems. And what they found interesting was a parallel, a symmetry between his father's problems and the problems Achilles was living out, which was the first step into realizing that our problems are understandable and solvable. And it's only after one is free of this burden of suffering that a hero can meet his destiny. And this story, even like 1,000 years before Socrates, maybe 2, 3, 4,000 BC. I'm not sure on the dates, but Homer's really old. And the Iliad and the story of Achilles is presenting an archetypal hero as one who must face and solve his own personal crisis before he can fulfill his destiny as a hero. So we talk about midwifery, the dialectic applied to uncovering our false beliefs, cleaning the pool, getting all the muck out of the pool, getting all the slop. And only after the pool is clean, then you can jump in it and swim and be the best swimmer in the world. That's the hero meeting your destiny. Yeah. So, different idea of suffering. The suffering of being ignorant of our pathologos and not yet having the art of the logos. It's a kind of suffering. And the kind of suffering of going through the work of uncovering and challenging and becoming free of that suffering. And we contrast it with the idea of suffering of the Christian image, to be silent, to not speak up, to be tortured by the worst people in the world. Christian image of suffering, which is also touted as virtue for the slaves. You know, the Pope can be in bed with the Nazis. The Pope can steal all the Jewish wealth from concentration camps. The Catholic Church can bestow the Third Reich to the Nazis, but you have to silently allow it and suffer. Like Jesus. Shut up like Jesus. Allow us to torture you like Jesus. Okay? The suffering of Jesus was that of a victim in a cosmic struggle. Oh, but that's normal. It's the forces of good over the forces of evil in a cosmic battle. Is the fairy tale. There's no kinship with the suffering of Achilles, who isn't staying silent, isn't pretending he's part of some cosmic struggle. No. He's going through the suffering of having a pathologos and the work of clearing it up. We have a new image of suffering today That's drawn from the horrors of state-directed torture. Those whose only crime was to have been given appearance of being very tainted for having an unorthodox belief. Palestinians, for example. Anything that the West is doing in their invasion and torture and murder and the military-industrial complex. State-directed torture and genocide. Just because they happen to be born in a different family with different beliefs. The horrors of this monolithic state and its carefully prolonged and agonizing scientific torture with its concentration camps, gulags, Pol Pot madness, genocide, repressions, deprivations, kidnapping, the selling of children, starvation, the list seems endless, has given a new kind of mass suffering. Right? The unfettered playing out of the worst kind of pathologos by the people who have put themselves in a position within government to have impunity to play out their pathologos. This is our modern idea of suffering. Bullshit. I mean, that's what it is, but it sucks. The perpetrators of this terrible suffering are most likely to have been severe victims of pathologo suffering, so that's the catch. You don't genocide the genociders. You recognize that they themselves have a sick and tortured soul. They are themselves suffering. And what do? You introduce this new game. Firstly, you take the gun out of baby's hand, and then you create the conditions that make midwifery fun, possible. Under the influence of pathologos, we may appear civilized, polite, yet nurse a sullen grievance whose bitter roots we have forgotten. Nonetheless, they manifest as the outbursts or the anger or misdirected anger, projected anger. Twisted drama perpetuates a bewildering chaos in our lives. Our willingness to uproot the pathologos springs from the desire to regain a memory, the memory of a conflict we lost. So this time we can enter it fully. Enter the battle again, folks. Don't take the L. Go back and get the W. With the realization of what our defeat has costed us. So all of these experiences that we're going through when we have our problems, when we're blocked from our most significant goals and doing it with excellence, states of mind, that kind of suffering, these are the stakes. You know what happens if you're in your problem now. So put some words on it. Don't stay silent. Don't stay quiet. The alternative is to remain immature. Stay baby brain. But that will be increasingly difficult with our increasing insight into philosophical midwifery. That's the good part. It's natural. This is innate. The more we play this game, the more difficult it is to remain a baby, to remain immature, to remain sick, to remain suffering. It's going to get more and more obvious the importance of yourself, your own mind, Anusia, and your own understanding. To resume the struggle is to accept the fact that we will pass through a different kind of suffering, one as different from the Christian image as it is different from the suffering produced by the mindless state terrorism. Because our struggle is noble. Hooray for us. Noble. The suffering to uncover and understand and free ourselves from what is false is a noble kind of effort, noble kind of suffering. Not the most pathologos-ridden people inflicting the worst conditions for pathologos on others, not that kind of suffering, not the Jesus kind where it's you are just a victim, mindlessly and wordlessly accepting it. The torture from, again, pathologos people. People driven by their pathologos, suffering from their pathologos. Our struggle is noble and necessary. Those who accept this challenge willingly are guided by the expectation that their lives can be understood. Yay, you can understand problems. No need for any of that stuff. This stuff here, that big list of horrible things, right here. Remember that? Completely unnecessary. Why? Because problems are understandable. Hooray. Makes sense when you think about where we have evolved to in the physical world. If your physical toaster breaks down, you don't genocide toasters. You don't torture toasters. You don't sell baby toasters into sex slavery. We don't have to do any of that crap anymore. You just understand the problem and you fix it. Done, 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 done. Win, 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 win. Oh, and in fixing the problem, you are practicing the dialectic, practicing a rational reflection on the causes and principles of the issue so that you can be free to reach excellence. Simple as that. And then we say, what? We say, come on, man, do this instead. Come on, man. So we have an expectation guiding us in this quest. The expectation is that our lives can be understood as rational systems, like a walking dialectic we've been talking about. And so they probe and study their present for keys into the origin of their delusive beliefs. That's what we've been talking about with the chatter today. Look for the clues. Repeating cycles. Key terms like being dismissed. Key issues in your own functioning. Are you seeing the logos? Are you communicating the logos? Are you acting on the logos? If not, there's a block there. So, we've seen that we are carrying this expectation that our problems are understandable and solvable. That's neat. But again, it has to be verified. It has to prove itself. We've talked about having to go, the struggle is this noble, necessary battle to go back to the origin scene and apply the logos. Which means putting words on what we hadn't put words on before. It was too dangerous or something. There's some conditions on our upbringing that made it difficult to discuss what was happening. We are going back to discuss. We are going back to put words on it. That's the game. Telling the truth. Now, next section is the struggle over that discussion. We need to discuss it, but why does this always highlight? Let's click on something else. But we are talking about the struggle over discussing the pathologos. That's where we are. So let's jump in. Six, the struggle over discussing the pathologos. Sixth, at a certain point in philosophical midwifery, subjects may want to discuss with their parents and authorities what they have discovered through midwifery talks, but to reveal what one has understood takes courage, because the discussion might be interpreted as assigning blame. There is a risk of meeting hostility and rejection. In some cases, the risk is worth taking. The effort to establish a new and more profound way of relating with the family is a noble goal. So remember, we had to go through a bit of work in the last section of our reading to understand the nature of blame, understand why it's not helpful, understand how it functions as a psychic maneuver to prevent us from reflecting on the nature, functioning, and scope of our hidden insidious beliefs. We had to do a lot of work and reflection and usia, and hopefully dialectics, to piece it together into an understandable format, practicing the dialectic. These people haven't done it. Most people haven't done it. Most people haven't gone through what we just went through. So when we share our new insights, they are likely going to, well, some of the time at least, reframe what you are saying within that framework of everything is just blame. The human experience is simply looking for ways to do your pathologos with impunity, and to do that you have to catch someone doing something wrong, and then you dump that baby brain blame shit on them. You're the cause, not pathologos, not the learning of your soul. No, it's just you, and you're just bad, and I get to hurt you. Oh, that's what I wanted, because when I hurt you this way, I get that cruel satisfaction of cosplaying the Noah, the pathologos sick image of Noah. So they will expect you are playing that same blame game. Often. But it's worth the risk to talk about it, and maybe even point out, hey, this is a different game that we're playing here. That baby brain game of blame is stupid, and it's just a psychic maneuver to keep you stuck in ignorance and to keep the cycle of violence and sickness going. We're not playing the blame game. We're being mature, and you have to do something better. Blame game is easy. Just act like a victim, or pretend to be an infant, or do a counterattack. Stupid. I am challenging you to be more rational and mature. Try harder this time. And get out of that game. Even after a lapse of many years, it still may be significant to discuss these pathologos producing situations even after a lapse of many years. If it's still coming up to your mind, it's still worth talking about. These with those who were involved in its transmission, and it can be those who were involved in the transmission. It can be equally significant to try to deal justly with the pathologos manifestations. Come on, chicken, how do you say it? Oh, manifestations. Thank you, chicken. Can be equally significant to try to deal justly with pathologos manifestations that occur in present family situations. It often happens during these situations that those witnessing it are likely to appreciate seeing that one of their members has matured. Hey, it might not just be all counterattacks. Maybe there's an appreciation of your maturity here. You are discussing in a new way. You're reflecting in a new way. You're encouraging a new kind of maturity instead of the blame game. Oh, you're growing up. That's neat. And also, hey, maybe it shows it's possible for me as someone watching. Mum and dad might not buy into this because, hey, they might be too addicted to cosplaying the Noah fascist, the sick image of the Noah. They finally have kids. They get to be the one doing the bullying instead of being bullied. So they might not change, but me as your brother or a friend or a cousin, seeing you talk in this way might be modeling or demonstrating the possibility for me jumping on board. It's possible. Once members of a family understand that these explorations are not an attempt to blame, they are not an attempt to blame. That's one for the blooper reel. Trying to dismiss what's being said in terms of blame. If they finally understand, that the explorations are not an attempt to blame someone, then it is possible for them to come to see that they too can learn about the origin of belief. Hooray. So, again, this is for your freedom. They might not get on board. They might just dip their toes in, do a bit of midwifery, but give up because, I want to pretend my mother was a saint or my daddy was the best daddy ever. Notice the Republicans are calling Trump daddy while he acts like a fascist, while he harms people, while he obviously plays out his pathologos. How can someone who is the opposite of good and knowing and caring be voted for by 40% of the American population? Daddy, them calling him daddy, is weird and sick and creepy and just disturbing, but very telling. It's the pathologos principles written large. Anyway, so whether or not they get on board is up to them. You are primarily doing it for your freedom. You're practicing speaking. You're practicing the dialectic. You're freeing yourself by speaking about that which you didn't speak about before. You can free yourself from your problems. But by being good, you are also doing good, because it's possible for them too, if they're ready and open, to come to see that they too can learn. So you are bestowing the best kind of benefit by functioning in this way to others, secondarily, because the most important thing is for you to benefit. This is very different from the idea of virtue as being a slave from religions. Helping people with what? Stupid, mundane crap that doesn't help people get out of their pathologos? You ain't helping shit. This is how you help people. Not being a Cinderella, not being a slave, not being a servant to the ignorance and pathologos of somebody else. No. This. In your way of being, your use of the dialectic and self-logos, demonstrating it's possible to learn. And what are we learning about? The origin of belief. Boo for belief. It is our desire for mature relationships with those we love that draws us into dialogue meaningfully with parents and authorities. In philosophical midwifery, we call this a return to one's roots. So hey, make your own diagram. We talk about the hero's journey circle. Actually, let's bring it up on the net. See? So we've already mentioned, so this is the hero's journey. If you do screenwriting or any sort of writing, you will probably read Joseph Campbell's books, The Hero's Journey, Hero of a Thousand Faces. He's a guy who went around and he studied mythologies from different cultures and realized there seems to be an archetype. There seems to be a fundamental pattern that all heroes' journey stories follow. And this is what's used in modern screenwriting and cinema. But Pierre met this guy in person when he was doing this research, Joseph Campbell. He said, hey, what about philosophy? And he did the thing that they all did when Pierre Grimes met Campbell or L. Ron Hubbard or Alan Watts. And he asked them, hey, good start. What about understanding the true archetype and get into a bit of Plato? What do? Drop a smoke bomb and run out the door. No one took him up, or only a very few amount of people have taken him up. Hopefully you. Taken him up on this quest, on this challenge to actually know the archetype, not cobble something together from all cultures, but to know the truth. So, we see a call to adventure, meeting a mentor, crossing the threshold, yada, yada, yada. But there's a return, having returned home, having changed. So that's the hero's journey, but we're obviously after the truth that the hero's journey is a reflection of. I'm never happy with my lighting. But here we have this, the return to one's roots. So make your own. Again, I'm not going to do it because that would be mean of me to do my own circle and take the work away from you, but make your own hero's journey, but the archetype, the actual hero's journey that we are in to reach our actual destiny. And include this, the returning to one's roots, as opposed to the return home, or let's find another. Return to, just the return, the road back, the return with the elixir. Yeah, the return. A return to home once again. Right. Same principle, right? For to complete this cycle is to bring an end to the pathologos. Hooray, we can be free of problems. In that victory, we become heroes. We become heroes. That's pretty neat. Because we now know something about what it takes. Okay, so we now know. We didn't know, or we had forgotten before having gone through this process. But now we know something about what it takes to become rational. We are becoming rational. We talk about politicians who are doing the worst, stupidest stuff. We talk about voters who vote for the worst, stupidest people. We talk about how no one in authority is actually reflecting on and using principles, or reflecting on and using causes to solve problems, especially within governance and realms of the soul like spirituality or religion. We're not learning. Why? Because we have not yet become rational. This game of playing the Logos, sharing in the Logos, being in wonder and awe of the Logos, is becoming rational. Homo sapien, man the thinker. Not there yet. But we can be in this game. Hooray. We have closed the loop. We have completed what most needed completion. Talking about the end. There is a beauty and a sense of, okay, here we go. Big words. Now we recognize these words. These are the ones we want. Not the fake cosplaying of beauty, but there is a genuine beauty and a sense of intrinsic correctness. Not the false idea of justice when we were crushed, when we got our pathologos, but true justice, intrinsic correctness to the decision to re-examine those early pathologos scenes, number one, and to discuss them with those who played out their convincing roles, again, cosplaying, within those scenes. In discussions with them, we can discover how these early scenes in our life led to false beliefs about. So we have a discussion with them, see how these early scenes in our life led to false beliefs about ourselves. Through sharing with them, they can realize the depth and shaping power of the pathologo scenes. Remember, they know what they're doing. They don't know why. They also don't realize the scope and implications of passing on a pathologos belief to your babies. But they can realize it. Realize the depth and shaping power of those pathologos scenes. For there is no reason why the process cannot be reversed. The process can be reversed. Since passing into the pathologos is like falling asleep. Oh, some good metaphors. Remember, we talked about how the pathologos origin scene is like the distorted spiritual initiation scene. In the spiritual initiation scene, you actually... which Socrates talked to Meno about. We're reading the Meno at the moment. Meno's education didn't involve an initiation into the realm of being because he didn't learn the dialectic, which also means he can't understand things and he can't define things and he can't communicate well. He's just an immature baby brain without the dialectic, because the dialectic is what makes us rational, and it's through rationality that we can extend goodness or benefit. Care and benefit is tied with rationality, which is why the most beautiful, caring, graceful people in the game on Twitch, streaming, content creators, are also the most rational, the most able to hold conversations, the most able to introduce a reflection on causes and principles. These are the people who are actually helping, which is why intelligence and care go together. Formally, we're talking about the third hypothesis of Parmenides. You take the dialectic and you split these 8 categories up, and you say, well, by the way, there's one more above even there, above even existence. So you add the one self above here, and you take these as, so that's number 1. Take these as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. You have the 9 hypotheses of Parmenides, using the same dialectical structure to recognize there are 9 different worldviews you can have, 9 different states of mind you can have, 9 different levels of spiritual experiences you can have. And our evolution is simply climbing this ladder. Now, where we are at right now as a culture is here. Here, number 4. Which is not showing up on the screen. Which is to be bound by groups. So, for example, we have this. Trump has been in office for a couple of weeks, or 1 week or something, at the time of recording. He appealed to people here who don't think there is such a thing as metaphysics, that don't think there isn't anything that exists, there isn't a realm of being which can be understood and known and used as principles for just action, and also reflecting on causes to solve problems. That doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. So strict materialism. There's just the physical world. No one cares about me. These people here can be manipulated to join a group, and those are the Trumpers. Those are the racists. Those are the fascists. Those are the right-wingers. Hey, it sucks being alone, but don't worry about that. You can be a part of this group. Now, here is the line, because 2, 3, and 1 are the self. The self-logos here, self-mind, pure existence, and of course the one self, which is the cause of even existence, the cause even of the dialectic. For there to be a rational dialectical structure that's unfolded through reality, there first has to be a cause for that. So the logos is the highest aspect of being, but also is the part of the self. Is somehow the logos is in the self. So the logos is allows us to even make the jump from mind knowing itself in the second hypothesis to the cause in the first. So that's what the hypotheses are. And I think soon we're probably going to be doing the hypotheses next. We've done the opening to the Parmenides and we've done the first hypothesis together. Probably worth jumping back in. The second is epic because the second hypothesis is pure existence. So all of justice, beauty, goodness, truth, knowing, all of the things that are imitated by our pathologos models is knowable in the experience of pure bliss, pure beauty, pure knowingness, pure mind. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot to break down intellectually. The intellectual examination of the aspects of pure being, that's eidos. Mistranslated in crappy Western education as forms. But it's eidos, which means to behold. Aspects of beholding. Which means that the second hypothesis in Parmenides is epic. It's very long. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots. So while the first is obviously the most important because it's the actual self, it's Parmenides talking about himself in the highest way, using the highest language, which is beyond existence. But the cause of existence, when we jump back in, we might start at 9, which is the shortest. Not only does there not exist mind or logos, but even the physical world doesn't exist. It's the lowest way of thinking. Nihilism. There's nothing. The worst state of mind a person can be in. So we might be jumping back in at the end of the text and working our way up from the 9th to the 8th, the 7th to the 6th, to the 5th, to the 4th, to the 3rd, to the 2nd. And then maybe we'll do the 1st again. Because this is the journey we're on. This is the human journey. For there to be an unfolding levels of reality and levels of cognitive functions and levels of spiritual development of people implies that they can be ranked hierarchically, which also implies that we are made better if we climb the ladder, which implies we have a purpose or destiny. That's what we're discovering here. And as we make this journey, here, this transition from the 4th to the 3rd hypothesis is the transition to the logos. That's the logos, how the logos interacts. So look, we have the definition of pure existence, but how does it function or demonstrate? That's the logos. This is what we need to solve problems. This is what we need to become rational. This is where we are in humanity. We either make this journey from group thinking based on images and beliefs, nothing to do with principles, nothing to do with truth, To be a MAGA, you don't have to know truth. You don't have to be a good person. You don't even have to care about being a good person. You just have to be part of a group that has a shared belief. Racism. Or if you're at the top of that group, using racism to take people's money, scamming people. If we make this transition, we are making a transition to the logos. This is what will save our souls and save our species. If we don't, wow. If we do, yay. This third hypothesis, which has the logos, is characterized by two fundamental principles, logos and providence. Providence is a fancy word that means a divine, intelligent care. So remember we read the beginning of this chapter at the start of the podcast today, which was, it is entirely possible to prove that we live in a intelligible and caring universe. That's the third hypothesis. The functioning of pure being to us through this all-pervasive yet precisely directed mind. That's where we learn the logos. So, why am I bringing that up? Well, it shows that the dialectic doesn't just make our problems understandable, it makes all of reality understandable, and that's necessary for our development. Because we are here to learn and evolve, which means there should be a pattern, a model that we're evolving through, which means we better understand it so we can navigate it well, especially if we want to also help others navigate this. We better know the latter. And you can. It's just the same dialectic. It's the same thing we're always doing. But also to point to the fact that here is where we find those rare sorts of people that we talk about. The rare sorts of people who have an exceptional or they stand out. They're a rare bird. An unusual or exceptional level of beauty that's hard to find, but definitely worth appreciating and being in wonder about when you see it. Those rare sorts of people are those who are actually caring, who can bestow care or providence. The human equivalent would be, let's use my pen, that are caring. And those people turn out to be also not just caring, but also intelligent. Think about it. The people who you look to and you think, wow, that's a really beautiful soul. Why? Because they're able to care. But it's because they're intelligent. These two things. By the way, there are studies done on this. There are scientific studies that show that the more intelligent you are, the more caring you are. Likewise, the least intelligent, the more cruel you are. So the Nazis, the Nazis are, Trump appeals to evangelists, religious people who haven't developed their own intellect, because that requires understanding, which means beyond belief, and religious people reject understanding for blind belief. Whether we like it or not, that's just a fact. And so that's why the right-wingers and the fascists try to appeal to religious folk, as the Nazis did, because they lack intelligence, which means they're more likely to be less caring. Whereas the Pol Pots and that we talked about, first of all, go after the intelligent people. People wearing glasses, the academics, because they are more likely to be caring and least likely to inflict violence and oppression on the 99% of people. So we are ourselves becoming caring and intelligent because we are becoming rational. Another way of saying that is we are entering the human race, Homo sapiens. We closed the loop, completed what needed to completion. Right. We are, and that's becoming a true hero. Becoming intelligible and providential. Intelligent and caring. Rational and caring. We become heroes. We know something about what it takes to become rational. So, if we do speak up, there is a chance that through sharing with them, they can also realize the depth and shaping power of the Pathologos. For there is no reason why the process cannot be reversed, since passing into the Pathologos is like falling asleep. Passing into the Pathologos is like falling asleep. And we want to awaken philosophy. Which is the name of the channel. So passing into the Pathologos is like falling asleep, and waking up is to move from the somnambulous Pathologos. Okay, you might be wondering what somnambulous means. I, of course, know what it means. But just for your benefit, I'm going to... Why is it highlighting all the time? I get rid of highlighting. So somnambulist is a person who walks around and sometimes performs other actions while asleep. A sleepwalker. I mean, I know, of course. Somnambulist is sleepwalker. So we've talked about being a slave to the Pathologos, being a walking dialectic, either with developing self-mastery through mastery of the art of the Logos and dialectic. That's the mastery that will lead us to our destiny and to become rational, and to move from the fourth hypothesis to the third, and to learn what we need to solve problems, and to become both intelligent and caring. But also, we can say the same thing a different way by saying, yeah, we're sleepwalkers. Think we're in charge, think we have free will, but we are being governed by a psychic parasite. So, if we are zombies, the T virus that's infecting our brain that makes us zombies, that's the Pathologos. So passing into the Pathologos is like falling asleep, and waking up is to move from I say move from the zombie sleepwalking Pathologos to the awakened Logos. All right, awakened, name of the channel. Press all the buttons. I got excited and pressed all of the sound drops because we saw the name of the channel come up. The Awakened Logos. Another way of saying awakening philosophy. Hey, welcome to the channel. First time chatter, Coolio fan. As we walk through the valley of the shadow of Pathologos, we take a look on our life and realize there's none left unless we do philosophical midwifery. Because I've been laughing and blasting so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But when we reclaim our mind through this Logos, and we go back to our mama and say, hey, I was living in a gangster's paradise of my Pathologos, but now I have become free. Yeah, that works. Right, giving birth. So the name philosophical midwifery is I got a cool hat and I really look good in black. Oh, good for you. Socrates coined the term philosophical midwifery because Socrates' mum was a midwife of babies, and he said, my art's like hers, but I don't help people give birth to babies. I help people give birth to ideas. And some of those ideas, right, the dialectic is what it's called. Ask them, yes, that's it. The art of the dialectic is what we're learning. And we're also using it to read, by the way. We're using it to think. We're using it to communicate. What we've been seeing today is even the dialectic even models the different dimensions of reality. It models the different ways of thinking. It models the progress in our evolution. So, asking them, so the dialectic reflection on the cause of our problems can give birth to sick ideas as well as healthy ones. So in philosophy, we apply the dialectic to truth. What's the truth about beauty? What's the truth about self? In midwifery, philosophical midwifery, we're giving birth to the false beliefs about ourselves and the world that keep us chained to our problems, keep us repeating our failures, keep us suffering. We can escape suffering by giving birth to the unsuspected false belief about ourselves and the world that we are carrying. It's unsuspected because we didn't put it into words. What we are learning here is how to put it into words, and also the significance of taking those words back to the people who played roles in our early scenes and communicating it with them. It's likely they're going to misinterpret it as blame. We make the case, no, this isn't blame. Blame is easy. Blame is for babies. Blame is for slaves and religious followers. We're not doing baby brain blame. We are understanding the causes, and we are reflecting on why it came up as it did, and unpacking it to find the clues of the original scene and what we should have said about that original scene, because we are carrying an injustice from that scene. There was an insult to the self that we are carrying, and our anger is really anger about that we project onto others and respond to. So, but the good news is we can reverse the process. We can wake up from that zombie state of being a sleepwalking slave to our unsuspected false beliefs about self and reality. We can free ourselves from our pathologos. To me, his best thing was Aristotle. Aristotle missed the mark completely. So you can understand briefly, I'll go quickly into this. So one of the reasons why this is new information and why we are reawakening philosophy on this channel is Socrates had this art. Let's zoom in a little bit. Socrates. Let's get the time frame. Homer. Date. Okay. 850 BC. Okay. Let's do this properly. Let's do it. So we have Homer. He wrote the Odyssey and the Iliad. So right now we're talking about the Iliad, which had Achilles. Which was a myth or a story. Myth about philosophical midwifery and dream analysis. Dream analysis goes hand in hand with midwifery. We don't really get into it a lot in this book. So we had it, and this was about let's say, I don't know, 1,000. Let's say 850 BC. And then we had the earliest written works from a philosopher is Xenophanes. And Xenophanes was kicking it at the, let's see, Xenophanes. Okay. All right, so let's say 550 BC. So he was kicking it, let's say 550 BC. He wrote the what we have from here is the mantra or question. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? So this is a question that you can carry with you as a mantra. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? What is mind itself? Now, the whole, normally when we see things, we distinguish the foreground from the background. There's a sun, some clouds. So we can, there's a tree over here. So we see a person because we distinguish foreground from background. But what if we experience it as a whole? What if it wasn't just seeing, but hearing and our thinking? In other words, what is mind itself? So when you see like an animal, like a puppy, oh, that's a really cute puppy. And the animals are talking now. Have you seen TikTok? Have you seen Instagram? These animals have buttons, and some of them don't even have buttons. Some of these parrots are actually Huffle. Check out Huffle the parrot. Oh my God, Huffle is cutest, and she speaks in English. He is amazing. But you think, well, hang on a second. What are they lacking that we have? If they're even talking now, what makes us different? We have the ability to reflect on the experience of consciousness itself and reflect on what is having the experience of consciousness. Anyway, that's Xenophanes. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now, which is a mantra or a question you can carry with you at all times. In fact, that's a good exercise. Carry this for a month. Repeat it for a month. Whatever you do, wonder about this. See what happens. And report back to us. Xenophanes taught Parmenides. And we have the book. We've been talking about the Parmenides. He gave us the 9 hypotheses. And he introduced the dialectic to Socrates. He said, if you don't master the dialectic, you will never reach truth or being. And the 9 hypotheses is the dialectic, which is the structure of the understandability. So that's the structure of the logos. And the logos is the understandability of reality, the pattern, the paradigm. So the dialectic applied to levels of spiritual development is the 9 hypotheses. That's why we read the Parmenides. So for example, we can recognize what level of development we are at. We can recognize other ways of thinking. If there are 9, we could say, where does if there are 9, we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Whereabouts is nihilism? Whereabouts is materialism? Whereabouts is the idea that the Abrahamic religions think that the war is a cosmic battleground between the forces of good and evil, and we are just pawns Onward Christian soldiers marching as to war, as they used to sing. Where is that? By the way, at what level do we start realizing actually there is such a level, a realm of being, not just the physical world of becoming? There is actually an immortal, eternal realm of being that our soul is connected to, because our soul is also immortal. This is where justice is. This is where being itself is. All of the things that we see as adjectives in the physical world of becoming, like we see a beautiful dog or a beautiful woman, beauty itself as a noun exists here. At what level do you recognize that there is such a realm of being that exists eternally, immortally, that is the cause of principles, that is the cause of our physical world? At what level do we realize that? And then, hey, there are some people who don't think, even though it exists, has nothing to do with us. There is a cosmic intelligence creating and sustaining the world, but we are just like ants. Where is that? Oh no, there is an intelligence in the world, but we can't actually access it. But we can kind of imitate it by coming together as a group and chanting or praying or singing. Group think. The best we can do is be a religious person. Where's that? And by the way, at what level do we learn the logos? Do we learn, hey, it's not about belief in groups. That's stupid, because the Nazis are a group tied by a belief, believing that there's a principle of duty to obey the group leader. That's Trumpism. That's Nazism. We need to learn the logos, which is how to not believe, not be a mindless mass within a group, but understand for ourselves. That's the logos. So in other words, we can map every state of every way of thinking, every spiritual tradition, every religious tradition. Oh, is Christianity here? Did Parmenides predict Christianity hundreds of years before it happened? Understand it itself better than any Christian has? Did he understand what was below it, what was above it? Did he understand Christianity as a framework within all systems? In which case, we wouldn't have had to have played out the Dark Ages, the Crusades, the Third Reich, had we listened to Parmenides. Because he explained it before it even had to come to be. That's the nature of Parmenides. And he taught Socrates. So let's go back to our timeline. So this is why we're going to go back to the Parmenides soon. We want to understand all of it, because we are all in it. Sometimes we might be level 8 and think that we are just physical things and there's no spirit, or there's no being, or there's no soul. Sometimes we might think, okay, there is a soul, but it has nothing to do with me. We go in and out of the different states of mind. To manage that artfully is to be a master of your own soul. Okay? So that's Parmenides, and he taught Socrates, and we have that conversation, which is amazing. We haven't been able to read it properly until now because all of the translations have been garbage. But we have a good translation now with the actual words, with the actual ancient Greek, with the actual terms. There are key terms like self that come up hundreds of times in the Parmenides that are all mistranslated, which is a fantastic puzzle. How can the most important term, that's probably the most repeated term, how can it be excluded from all the translations up until now? Why are all the experts actively telling us the opposite to what's written down? That's a question. That's why we have this channel. We're reawakening it. Socrates, of course, didn't write anything down himself. But was a master dialectician and midwife. Okay, after Socrates, Oh, she put in some dates just for fun. Parmenides. All right, so let's say 450 BC and Socrates. All right, we're being a bit loose with the dates, but let's throw them in. Oh, it kind of fits. Look. So Parmenides was about 500 BC, let's say. Let's say 450 BC for Socrates. Socrates had a student named Plato. He wrote the dialogues. He wrote the dialogues that Socrates had. Socrates didn't write it down, but he did. Socrates had. He started the first universities. In the West. Universities in the West. And he recognized that as we are reading on the Meno, every second day we read Plato, and every other day we do Midwifery. We're reading the Meno, and the Meno helps us to see for ourselves that learning is remembering what our soul knows from before we were born. Which also means our soul is immortal. So this is a model of education different than what we have today, and we're going to see why in a second. So the model of education is to remember what our soul knows, because our soul is immortal, and that requires the logos and the dialectic, which is what we're learning, which allows us to have understanding of the realm of being, not the physical world of becoming. That's called dianoia. This becomes a direct experience of the realm of being. That becomes direct experience. Not only are you learning about the aspects of being, what is beauty itself, what is justice itself, what are the principles of the physical world themselves. You can have that as a direct experience of being. Sometimes it's translated as knowledge with a capital N, but the Greek word is nous. We don't have an English word for. And of course, those two things together come together to wonder about, even beyond experience, what is the cause of even... This is the enlightenment experience, bliss, the brilliant light of pure being, knowing everything all at once. That's what nous is. What is the cause of nous and experience? What's before even that? That's the final question that leads us to knowing the self. Know thyself. Know thyself. This is the first hypothesis of Parmenides. And the goal. This is our goal. This is our destiny. Destiny. So that's education. From this tradition. From Homer through to Xenophanes. By the way, what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? Is that a reflection on the physical world? Or is it a reflection on mind? Obviously, it's a reflection on mind. Parmenides taught the dialectic. Is the dialectic about the physical world? No. It's not. The dialectic is about the realm of being. Why? Because if you are understanding the realm of being, you have the principles and causes that allow you to be just, rational, caring, and good in the physical world. Not only that, it elevates you out of your personal problems and your personal thoughts to the universal. Brings you out of your problems into that which is true for everyone. This is the principle that we should require all philosophers to be talking about, not the debate bro garbage that we see on YouTube. We should demand it from our politicians, not the opinions garbage. Because you know what? Opinion is the realm of the physical world. So if we have a model of this, we can say, here are our 3 levels of reality. Got the physical world. We also call it the world of becoming, because everything is in change, everything is growing or decaying in our physical world. Call it the realm of becoming. That's contrasted with the realm of being, which is our object of focus for philosophy. We want to focus on that with the dialectic. We call that the metaphysical world or the spiritual world. Meta means before, so before the spiritual world, we have the metaphysical world. Before the physical world, we have the metaphysical. And then we have up here the one self. The first hypothesis, which is the one self. Now, it's the first hypothesis because when Socrates said, hey, can you give me a demonstration of this dialectic that I'm supposed to learn? When Socrates was like 19, just starting. He said, you know what? I'm going to give my first hypothesis, says Parmenides, this guy. 500 BC, teacher of Socrates, student of Xenophanes. Said, you know what? I'm going to talk about myself, from myself. That's the first hypothesis. After saying that, he's talking to a young Aristotle, and Aristotle didn't get it. I don't get it. It doesn't seem likely that the true nature of ourselves is this. Because you know what? I'm going to give you all 8 other possibilities of what could be likely. And so the next 8 exist in here. 2, 3, so on. So what? Okay, that's neat. Oh, and by the way, this is the level of opinions and beliefs, images, image thinking, people who are motivated by shapes and colors, racists, sexists, idiots like that. Image thinking, opinions, people who don't bother to reflect on their opinions, and beliefs. They are about the physical world, BELIEFS. Here, the cognitive functions we've already said are dianoia and nous. Things that we have within our faculties. This is what we're exercising when we read. When we read, we're not just believing what's written, we are organizing it with the dialectical structure so we can gain our own understanding. We can understand it for ourselves. We can communicate it in the best possible way, but also it opens us up. It makes us receptive to the gift of nous, which is leaving your physical senses and turning your mind around to experiencing itself. That's called ousia. Now, so what? Reading is not a physical process. Reading requires you to look for puzzles. I mean, that's what we're learning. In this channel, we are learning a new way of thinking and a new way of reading. We are taught reading is just project your own bullshit. Oh, to me, To Kill a Mockingbird was about Jesus. All right, if your teacher's a Christian, you're probably going to get an A. It's bullshit. It's just talking crap. You have to specifically read what's there, number one, without interpretation, which means you have to leave your own image thinking, beliefs, and opinions behind to see what's there. You're not projecting your bullshit. That's not reading. That's called interpretation. Not only that, as we read, we have to look for key terms. With your mind. Your mind is not physical, so immediately it's not a physical process. Your mind is not physical. So already, it's not physical. Consciousness isn't physical. By definition, consciousness is the realm of being. No, your brain is physical. You can't put your mind in a test tube. It's not physical. You can put your brain in a test tube. So, the idea that the mind is physical is one of the hypotheses that is stuck below this line. If you think there is no such thing as the realm of being, there are no true causes, there are no principles, there is no evidence of our mind being able to separate from our body. No one's had near-death experiences, no one's had psychedelic experiences, no one's been playing sport and they've left their body while they're in the zone. No one's had altered states through dance or music or high displays of energy. No one's reached it in meditation or mantras. You have to reject all of those vast experiences to reject the existence of mind. But you will, if you are in one of the levels of thinking that's stuck here. Our job is to recognize where we are, understand it. You have to reject all of the experiences of somebody separating their mind or consciousness from their physical body. If that's happened once, then we know the mind is not physical. Okay, that's called materialism. That's the 8th hypothesis. Okay? So we are seeing the logical necessity. Hey, if there are principles, if 1 and 1 equals 2 in the physical world forever, then it has to exist as a principle prior to the physical world. Same thing with all of the subjects that we study in philosophy. Beauty. When I say what's beauty, I'm not talking about a physical thing, beauty as an adjective to describe a physical thing. I'm talking about beauty itself as a noun. That's philosophy, studying of this realm. Okay? So, all of this is called the perennial philosophy. So up until this whole timeline so far, from Homer down to Plato, is called the perennial philosophy. Put it up the top, which means the parent philosophy. Perennial or parent philosophy. Why? Because they recognized that if there was a truth about reality, then it's always true. It's just the truth. If you want to become a pilot, there is a truth about whether you pull the stick back and the plane goes up or down. It's not a matter of opinion. Opinions, this is perennial or parent philosophy. So what? So, after Plato comes our friend, or your friend, not my friend, Aristotle. Now, Aristotle created the lineage for modern education. What did Aristotle like to do? He liked to stay in the physical world. What happens if you stay in the physical world? Number one, you can't solve your problems. There's no midwifery. Midwifery is not a reflection on the physical world. It's a reflection on principles and causes. You can't do philosophy because philosophy is not about the physical world. It's about the realm of pure being and how to use your dialectic and your experience of the physical world to even reflect on what the cause of this could be. So there are stages of development beyond even enlightenment experiences. Aristotle completely missed the bus. He was stuck. So instead of using the physical world to say, hang on a second, there's beauty over there, there's beauty over there, there's a beautiful cat and a beautiful person. What's beauty itself? And if I've never seen it with my physical senses, how do I know about it? Where did I first learn beauty? And could the physical world be giving me all of these messages to go back because it's the principle? That's education. And learning is remembering what we had once experienced here. Aristotle missed it. So he liked to take physical things and put them in physical categories, like botany and physics and chemistry. What about the mind? What about the cause of these different things? So after Aristotle, he was by modern philosophers, Aristotle had been given the nickname the philosopher, as though he represents philosophy. He represents literally the opposite of philosophy. He's called the philosopher by moderns called the philosopher as though he is the best philosopher, maybe because he came last, which is stupid. Philosophy, the philosopher. By moderns, but called by his teacher the brain. What does that mean? Given what we just talked about, that there are some people who are in a stage of ignorance where they think that there's only the physical world, therefore my mind doesn't exist, myself doesn't exist, principles don't exist, there's just rocks and that's it. That's called materialism. Okay? We talked about that and how if that's your way of thinking, you might not recognize your purpose is to know yourself, but also know the range of your own consciousness. What is your mind? You've got it, don't you? Don't you want to know it? Or are you going to fold your arms and say, no, there is no higher reach of mind. I know everything I know and I always know it because I got it from my daddy because my prejudices and beliefs and opinions are always right. Are you going to fold your arms and be like that? Or are you going to listen to everyone else, Socrates, Plato, Xenophanes, Parmenides, Homer, and realize, hang on a second, I can understand for myself that the images and beliefs and opinions I get from my childhood are not only wrong, they are the opposite of self. Because that's called a pathologos. The pathologos is to teach you that yourself is inadequate, that reality isn't understandable or experienceable, you're just a physical brain, and there is no dianoia or understanding. Formally, the first, second, and third hypotheses are rejected by the pathologos. This is the cause of our problems. This is what we're hunting to find in midwifery. This is not our blame game. Having a pathologos that keeps us tied to ignorance, keeps us from reaching our destiny of knowing reality and going beyond to know the self, that's not our fault. However, you came to the conclusion, yes, it was set up. Yes, all the conditions that we've been reading about in the book set it up so that you would come to this false conclusion to protect your image of your loved ones. Surely mum and dad, who I depend on as a 3-year-old and I think as the most beautiful person, surely they cannot be acting harmfully. I must be wrong. Myself must be wrong. My mind must be wrong, and understanding must be wrong. That's the pathologos. That's what we're looking for here. Once we're free of the pathologos, pathologos means patho, sick, logos, sick thinking, sick beliefs. Once we're free of that, we can climb the actual logos. That's what we're talking about here. But keep in mind, you have to do both. You could have the best teacher in the world, as Meno does with Socrates, which we're reading tomorrow and yesterday. You check that out on YouTube if you want. You could be like Meno and have Socrates, literally the best person possible, the best teacher possible, and you can call him a fathead and a stingray, and you can threaten him as Meno did, because you know better. You know that there is just the physical world, because my daddy told me, and I paid a lot of money to go to the school that I went to. Says Meno. Gorgias was his teacher at his school. So what we want to do is find out how come we've missed the mark so much. Why are there some people who are not looking at causes of problems? And therefore, when Donald Trump says, oh, it's the blacks. Oh, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I don't want to understand the causes of problems like capitalism. Why are there no one acting on principles? Hey, you have to pay your taxes, but the rich don't have to pay their taxes. That's not a principle. Who cares? If it's just the physical world, who gives a shit? There is no metric of truth. It's whatever your opinion is. And if you're a Nazi with $800 billion, then your opinion wins. No one likes that. We inherently crave and we look for principles. Principles exist here. Our ignorance and our problems are caused by, number one, our pathologos that keeps us stuck here. And number two, the history that we have been living through. Because we've had this. Socrates has told us. That's why we're reading it. But what we can do is understand the history, because if this is the true parental philosophy, not an opinion, by the way, not the way it's taught at school, Hegel's opinions, Kant's opinions, this one. So that's a guy named Tim Pool. He is the archetype of the ignorant grifter who preys on the ignorance of others to make money that he gets from fascists. The right-wing grifter. He uses philosophical language like this to justify his dumb opinions and not go to principles. That's how we teach it. We call it debate, bro. My opinions are right because Hegel says this, and I think I like Nietzsche when he said this, and I like Aristotle when, or I like Hegel when, who cares what you like? You're wrong. You're ignorant. The whole point of being here is to fucking wake up to the truth. Sorry, getting passionate. To wake up to the truth, which means, hey, don't be precious about your dumb opinions. Let them go and reach truth. This is not gatekeeping. This is for everyone. You don't have to have a degree to do philosophy. You are doing it anyway. You're either a slave to your pathologos, which is keeping you stuck here based on a fake enlightenment experience where our parental figures, usually mummy and daddy, appeared to be beautiful like being. And so we think, oh, that's reality. Everything in the world is just like this. So if I was showing myself and my mum and dad crushed me, I'm not going to show myself out in the world because I'm going to get crushed. Because this experience was reality. It wasn't. It just looked beautiful. In truth, beauty itself and truth itself are together in here, but not here. The way of understanding causes and principles and the world that keeps you baby brain stuck down here is called Aristotelian thinking. While Plato learnt from Socrates, his student Aristotle did not follow the curriculum. If this is learning, if the original education was to prepare a student's mind through this kind of reading we're doing the dialectic with truth and honesty and integrity, because it develops an understanding of the realm of being, which allows you to actually experience it out of your physical body, showing you that you are immortal. That's called nous. That's one of the many functions we have within our psyche or soul. We can have image thinking, we can have prejudices, we can have simple beliefs, we can have scientific beliefs. We can have dianoia, which is a whole new category because you're not looking at the physical world. Dianoia looks to the realm of being, which is more true and real and causal. You can have nous by directly going there, and there are other ones beyond it. This is the importance of understanding we have different cognitive functions. You ever talk to someone brainwashed into an image thinking? Someone really, really racist or something? You try and use reason, they can't get there because they're blocked at that level of cognitive function. Now, you can understand that level of thinking using the hypotheses of Parmenides, because that's 9 categories of development. So that's education. Understanding, opening yourself to nous, which then you can take the two of those together and even reflect on nous, reflect on the highest experience using this way of being. Depends on what they see as truth. No. When you say depends, truth doesn't depend on opinions. See, this is the thing. Opinions are personal. Truth is just truth. If I said, is this a chicken or a flamingo? Well, it's my truth that it's Jesus. No. It's a chicken. That's the truth. We know this. If you were a doctor or a pilot, or if you had any job which actually people care about, you would not be allowed to think based on your dumb opinions. We would demand you have truth, because the house will fall down if you are an architect and you say it's my truth that 2 and 2 is 5. The plane will crash. You will do medical malpractice. We demand understanding of truth. Right, but some people do think in terms of image thinking or prejudice. That's right. So what we are doing is moving from that irrationality and immaturity, baby brain, which is down here. We're moving to causes and principles that are always true and is the model of truth and goodness, allowing us to become rational and actually helpful, to care, to be a dialectician, to help people to go through their false images and beliefs and opinions, become free of it, and then use that freedom to climb that ladder of cognitive functions. That's what it means to be a dialectician. You can't do that if you are yourself stuck. How are you going to help people if you are sick yourself? Yeah, it's less rational to move in a well without evidence or reason. But keep going. Hey, have you have evidence of a beautiful thing over there, and a beautiful thing over there, and a beautiful thing over there? Use that evidence and reason about it. Reflect on the causes. What caused there to be many physical, beautiful things? By the way, if I have a black t-shirt on, then I am using the word black as an adjective. Must I first have an idea of black as a noun before I can use it as an adjective? Same thing for beauty. Same thing for truth. That's the progression from being born into a physical world with physical senses and realizing everything in the physical world is pointing you to here, if you are paying attention with integrity. So what? So we've got a lot of work to do. The physical world is just stage one. Oh my God, there's so much more work you have to do. Aristotle was stuck. He had a big brain. Often the people with the greatest intelligence have a greater loyalty to their own false beliefs. If you're a good student, you're going to be a good student to your mum and dad telling you that you suck. That's the pathologos, or reality sucks. Or there is no metaphysical world. It's part of being a human being. We all get one. Our job in midwifery is to understand that as a principle, understand how to address it fairly, and go back to that origin scene where we sacrificed our development through this model to our highest destiny with understanding, so we can not only reach that, but understand it. It's not an all-at-once trip that overwhelms you, but also we can use the experience and the understanding artfully to benefit anybody else. That's our journey. We won't be able to do that if we are blocked. Either because we don't have a teacher teaching us properly, someone from the Aristotelian school, you are just a physical brain, you are just a piggy bank, I'm going to make you repeat answers on a test because I'm putting knowledge into you like putting pennies into a piggy bank. That's the current model of education, which is stupid and bullshit and harmful. Doesn't help anyone. Or, if you're lucky, you have a teacher which realizes education is the preparation of the student's mind to be open and receptive to nous through the development of this kind of reflection we're doing here. We can call it dianoia or the dialectic or mastering the art of the logos. Now, that wasn't Aristotle's problem. His problem wasn't that he had a crap teacher like our problem today in modern society. He had a good teacher. He had Plato. So why couldn't Aristotle understand what his teacher was telling him? Why did Aristotle get stuck in the physical world? By the way, all of the principles and causes for being a dialectician exist here and here. In other words, if you stay as a materialist, you think there's just a physical world, or an Aristotelian, you just think there are those 4 or 5 Aristotelian causes. There's physical stuff. There are workers. There is a blueprint. That kind of thing. Then you have what you need to get your problems, because our problems, our pathologos comes from the physical world, but you don't have what you need to solve them. Being rational or leaving the physical world to the world of being where truth exists, where understanding exists, where the principles and causes exist, is necessary to solve problems. Which is why it's the next stage of evolution, which is why we're reading these books. So our question is, if Aristotle was stuck here, it wasn't because he had a bad teacher. In other words, he was being told this. Why was Aristotle, the brain, so goddamn certain that he was right and Plato, Socrates, Xenophanes, Parmenides, and Homer were all wrong, but Aristotle is the right one? So certain that he wasn't even open to this possibility and eventually got kicked out of the academy. That's a puzzle. Because Aristotle went on to teach Alexander the Great, who was a great tyrant, murdered a lot of people, extending the Roman Empire, which we are continuing to do today. We have the lineage of Aristotle's problem in society and in our education. This is important because this channel is specifically about reawakening philosophy. Actually going back to Socrates, reading what he wrote, dropping all our bullshit, all our images from our stupid society and upbringing, all our dumb opinions from our dumb family and society, all our dumb beliefs from our dumb culture and religion. There's nothing good there. What's good exists in the realm of the good. Dropping these interpretations to be able to actually understand the truth. Now, that can be hard to do because there are certain false beliefs we are blindly addicted to and loyal to. We will fight to the death to defend the very thing causing us to be stupid and ignorant and harmful and blocked. That's called the pathologos. There's a certain class of beliefs called the pathologos that we don't know we have, but is tied to a certain kind of clan loyalty, a kind of image of unity within the family clan. I am a member of the clan so long as I make the racist jokes that mum and dad make at Thanksgiving. Or I'm a member of the clan so long as I'm a good Mormon. That kind of crap. That will keep us stuck because we don't know we have it. And we didn't get it through reason. So because it's an imitation, which is what we're learning about in this channel, you can't reason away your pathologos. You have to midwife the pathologos, which requires the person to be themselves having an integrity, having a courage, having an open-mindedness, having a curiosity, having an understanding of this model, having a basic understanding of the logos and this tradition. And actually be trying to pursue their most personally significant goals with excellence. Otherwise, they'll have no reason to give up their loyalty to the Lutheran tradition or their loyalty to the Nazi tradition, just like their family. They'll have no reason to give up that loyalty and that acceptance and that identity unless you are pursuing your highest meaningful goals with the highest level of integrity, in which case you will bump up against the ceiling. Hang on a second. If I really want to be a good artist or I really want to be a good dancer, I have to change my state of mind to be in the flow state. Or I have to stop doubting myself because that takes me out of what I'm doing. Now your goals require a psychological element. Now you can start wondering about what's not physical. It's not just physical dance steps if you want to do it with excellence. If you are that sort of a person, then you can be invited into the game of uncovering your unsuspected false belief called pathologos. Let's say pathologos as well. And free yourself from your suffering. To be trapped in repeated cycles of negative experiences, failures, and negative states of mind is to be suffering. You can overcome your suffering and your limitation of the development of the logos through philosophical midwifery. So, we've got a new question. If that's not taught at school, which it should be taught everywhere, what the heck happened between Socrates, who had the art of the midwife, and Aristotle, who didn't? What happened between here and here? If our tradition of materialism, which keeps us stuck in our problems, keeps the pages of human history being never-ending pages soaked in blood. As we read at the beginning, the author fought the Nazis in World War II and realized, I'm walking on the exact same road the Romans walked on to fight their barbarians hundreds of years ago. In other words, no one seems to be learning or growing or addressing any actual problems in our culture, as individuals and as a species. That's the issue. What happened between Socrates and Aristotle where we lost the two elements? What were the two elements? The dialectic applied to being the art of the logos or dialectic applied to being. That's true philosophy. Notice, nothing to do with opinions. Nothing to do with what philosophy is taught as today. The love of opinions. Socrates said this. He said, you know what? What I'm doing is real philosophy. What these people who call themselves experts at the colleges do, bullshit, not the colleges, the schools, is bullshit. They are lovers of opinions. Philodoxia. Kant's opinion, Hegel's opinion. Who cares what they think? Don't you want to know the truth? So what happened between Socrates and Aristotle, where even though Aristotle had Plato as a teacher, there was something blocking him from actually listening to the material and doing it. Definition isn't enough. Demonstration has to come too. Those are the first two categories of the dialectic, of course. What happened here? Because this is what we have to address historically. Personally, you have to address your personal pathologos that keep you telling yourself to give up on your goals. Don't seek to know the self. Don't seek enlightenment. Don't seek the art of the dialectic. Become a builder. Okay, I'm back. My mixer stopped for a second. Right, so we have a personal responsibility to address our personal pathologos that keeps us chained to here, keeps us stuck in our problems. We also have an obligation to, or we have it's kind of necessary to recognize how our personal pathologos fits within a milieu. Milieu is a fancy word that I never know how to spell. Milieu. So our personal pathologos, the fundamental belief that we made without putting in words about ourselves, had to make sense of the culture of the house, the smell of the house, why dad did this, why mum yells at the dog, why dad's a Mormon, why whenever I ask a question they make fun of me. Yeah, it's hard word to spell. Why every time I do well in math, I get a side eye from my mum. Like she doesn't like it. It's like I'm doing something wrong. But she never says all that stuff is made sense of when you come to this false conclusion. It must be that I am inadequate, or it must be that my mind is wrong. I'm picking general. I'm trying to pick abstract things like Lutheran because it's very difficult to see it of yourself. Most people saying, oh yeah, all other religions are mental. Oh my God, have you read what the Mormons believe? Oh my God, it's mental. But my religion, Anglican, that's the right one. Surely there's nothing wrong with belief when it comes to my specific belief. That's why I use abstract ones. So your personal pathologos came to exist within the milieu of the culture and the family. Similarly, our personal pathologos follows an education system or a cultural milieu. That's the significance of understanding this lineage. If we knew about this midwifery all the way back with Homer, if Achilles is a story, a myth about midwifery, if Xenophanes knew about it, then for hundreds of years, up until Plato, who started the academy, let's say 400 BC for Plato. Actually, let's find it. So even after the academy, we studied the works of Socrates and Plato, about Socrates, works of Plato, for 1,000 years thereabouts. There was a period where some of the powers that be shut it down for a couple of hundred years. But how come we didn't follow that tradition? How come we went off on we'll say about 400 BC for him. How come when we go to school, we are being taught as though we are physical machines who need to be punished and beaten into submission? Why have we forgotten the truth? So that's the cultural context. So we have a responsibility to understand this. Oh yeah, modern education, which is the literal opposite of philosophy, which is the literal opposite of learning. Why? And it's not working. We're still having Nazis, we're still having capitalism, we're still having genocide. What's wrong with our education, I wonder? Here it is. So this will also help us. You're on the side of capitalism. Okay, well, defend it. Go ahead. Defend how working upon the principle that trying to exploit other human beings as much as you can for your own short-term personal profit at the expense of the life, the flourishing, the well-being of those individuals, as well as the planet itself. Explain how that can actually do anything good. No, it's not. It can't be mutual. That's what profit is. Let's break this down. So profit, the underlying principle is personal profit only, which means no thought to logos, dialectic, learning, caring for the health of people's body, human needs, the planet, the environment. Nothing. None of that. Nothing. Literally doesn't come up. In fact, sickness, the medical industry, having bad health is good if it makes you profit. That's the first thing. That's what capitalism is. Okay, so you're saying right, okay, but pay attention to what I'm saying. You realize that when they're making that iPhone that you're buying, they're making it so that it will break so you can buy more. In a rational system, it would last forever. Why are we creating pollution for the planet? Why are we exploiting slave labor to mine the minerals to make a second iPhone? Why do you have to give up your life to work extra hours to pay for that second iPhone? That's irrational. All it does is harm the planet, human needs, your health, your learning, less time for logos. It harms all of the good things just so the person who is the shareholder can exploit you by extracting more money. Slave labor is very capitalist. Have you been aware? Do you aware of where iPhones come from? Why? Because it makes profit. That's the only principle, to make short-term personal profit. That's it. That's why war is profitable. Ever noticed that we're in war and doing genocides? Yes, that is capitalism. Literally, we are in capitalism. Literally. What's your argument? Literally, we are in capitalism. And literally, people are making bank through starting wars. War is not profitable. Who told you that? I've never heard that take before. No, capitalism is not about individual rights. Think about it. What are the richest people doing? Stripping away workers' rights, preventing protest, preventing minimum wage increases, preventing you to stop to use the bathroom if you work for Jeff Bezos. War is definitely not a negative for the economy. I don't know where you're learning all this, but everything you've said so far is the opposite. Minimum wage is bad? I think you're trolling. I've never heard anybody say these things. Bombs create value. Of course they do. Who do you think is selling the bombs? Who do you think gets the contract to build? It's not rational or good, right? The bombs cost money to make, right? And they have to sell it, right? Lockheed Martin, do they have a lot of money? Oh, by the way, rebuilding the buildings. Okay, so what I am doing is describing the literal things that happen under capitalism. What you are describing is principles that don't apply to the evidence. When you say war is not good for profit, that's not true. Quite obviously so. There are people who make money from war, don't you agree? I'm saying you are misunderstanding capitalism. I'm describing the effects of capitalism right now. So what you are doing is you have a loyalty to a belief, capitalism equals good, and you are not willing to follow me when I take you down a series of reflection. What's the principle behind capitalism? If we all seek our own individual profit, then somehow the invisible hand of the market will make everything good. That's the free exchange. No, it's not free exchange. No, it's not individual rights. No, that's not capitalism. No individual rights. You know that you have, when you go into a job under capitalism, you are entering a dictatorship. You do not have the right to elect the president of your company. It's the owner, and whatever he says goes. That's a tyranny. That's not individual rights. You might say, well, you have the right to starve. No. Okay, there's one of the, okay. You can't quit because you're going to fucking starve. Use your brain. You have to work for the capitalists, otherwise you starve. You can say you have a right to starve, but that's cruel. Also, you're saying, what else have we got here? You risk your capital. They don't risk shit. Heard of the bailouts? Oh yeah, Elon Musk, who has $800 billion, risks his $1 million. Give me $1 billion, I'll risk it. The workers risk far more because they risk everything because they don't have billions of dollars. Okay, so what you are doing is you are mouthing the talking points that are used to justify capitalism. So far, I've gone through and shown you how each one of them are wrong, but that's not changing your mind. So let's stop that because you are just going to keep repeating talking points. I'm going to show you how they're all wrong and you're not going to change your mind. Instead, let's go to principles and causes. What is the principle behind capitalism? Capitalism means everyone working for their own personal short-term profit. That's it. Do you agree? Personal short-term profit only. Right? Nothing to do with learning, nothing to do with health. Hey, by the way, that includes externalizing, which means getting other people to pay for, externalizing costs, and internalizing profits. So if I can dump the nuclear waste in the drinking supply water because it saves me a couple of bucks, I do it. Do you agree that companies dump their waste into people's drinking water because it saves them a couple of bucks? Do you agree that happens? Now that we're in agreement that this happens quite often, we can understand it under the principle. No. Not under any system. That's baby brain. Think about it. Any system, Think about the infinite systems you could create, you could come up with, and you're saying there is no possible system that could ever exist where someone wasn't polluting our drinking supply. That's insane. Of course, there are many. All you would have to do is make the principle not externalizing costs, which means getting you to drink poison water, but have a system that's based on taking care of the environment. If that was the motivating principle, then you could have clean drinking water. So, you might love capitalism for whatever stupid reason, but the point is, we are not dealing with all of your little opinions. Yes, if you grew up in a capitalist society, they teach you capitalism is good because it's brainwashing. It's the system, it's the milieu. And yes, your personal beliefs have to fit in with that system, with the milieu, with the cultural context. But all we are doing is looking at the principle. This is the principle. Seek your own personal short-term profit at the expense of everything. That's it. And the justification is magic. No, of course long-term isn't key. You wouldn't pollute the planet you live on if your interest was long-term. You wouldn't poison the water supply. You wouldn't create a big gulf between the rich and the poor, because that would be a crappy society to live in, and eventually they're going to come for the CEOs, Luigi. Okay, so also the other thing you got to realize is not only is there no principle attached to it that actually is related to rationality or benefit, but also money is relative. Money is relative. That means you are never adding value. If there was a pool of, let's say it this way, if there was a pool of, let's say, 100 coconuts. Let's say this is the current currency, coconuts. For you to be rich, if you have 5 coconuts, 5 sea nuts, and everyone else has 1 sea nut, you are rich or wealthy. If everyone had 5 coconuts, you are not rich. Okay? So wealth isn't about having more coconuts, it's about having more than other people. Because if these people suddenly have 50 coconuts, well, let's say 10 each, because there's 3 of them, then all of a sudden you're poor when you were rich a second ago. This is wealth inequality. Wealth inequality is the cause of 95% of crime. You don't have to do a crime if you don't, you wouldn't do a crime if you don't have to. So we understand quite easily that wealth inequality is the cause of most human problems. So why do we have a system based on specifically generating more wealth inequality? Now, this also means, so if we've got 100 coconuts on the thing, eventually he's going to have all the coconuts. So these guys have to be a slave to this guy for any coconuts. Now, what's important to realize is every time you work a job, we are told the fallacy that if we just be a good slave and we slave hard enough, then we could be rich as well. But hang on a second, how come over time we are getting poorer? We are working harder with greater technology, but we are all becoming poorer. I thought if we worked hard, we would be getting richer, just like the capitalists. This is what you have to see. If you work 1 hour and you're earning $10 an hour, and your boss is earning $100 an hour, every hour you work, you are not earning $10 because, as we say, $10 is relative. $10 won't buy you eggs today, can buy you a house 50 years ago. You are creating, every hour you work, you are creating a $90 difference between you and the rich. That's called extracting value. That's the principle, not a belief, not an opinion, not one of the many things that could happen. It's the underlying principle of capitalism. Now look at what happens. Capitalism. We are told if we only be nice, polite slaves and obey the people with the money, the bosses, we can, maybe one day we can be the fascists, and we can be polluting the planet, or we can have 4 Humvees or whatever. Doesn't work. Every hour you work, you are making yourself $90 poorer, while you are being told you are making yourself $10 richer. So over time, we become poorer and poorer the more we work. It is a scam. It is a Ponzi scheme. Ever wondered why there are so many multi-level marketing scams or Ponzi schemes with grifters and stuff, and only the person at the top makes all the money? Because every time they are making their boss $100, that $10 is now relative to your boss being $100 richer. Yes, you can say, well, but I've got money in my hands. Surely that's more money, more stuff. Money is a relative judgment, a relative value judgment. That's why $1 million isn't the same as 1,000,000 yen. We are being lied to. No, of course it's not absolute. No. If someone has $1 million, it's not the same as 1,000,000 yen. And with inflation, that $1 million isn't worth as much as it was worth 100 years ago. You could buy a house 100 years ago with $1 million. You need $1 billion to buy a house today. So that $10 that we earned is suddenly worth $5 now. Okay, I can see you're parroting talking points about specifics within capitalism. If you buy into the premise, the principle that capitalism is actually a natural thing, or is a rational thing, or is a good thing, then yes, you can take an economics course and they will teach you all this bullshit talking points. No different from philosophers who say, well, Hegel had the opinion that, and Kant had the opinion that, and I like quoting Nietzsche when he said, that's bullshit. That's just dumb opinions based on a false premise. Change your premise by looking at the principles. If you realize the principle, not the opinion, not the propaganda, not the specifics that follow, take it all the way back to the beginning. What's the beginning underlying principle of capitalism? To extract value for personal short-term profit. That's it. It's not at the expense of the planet, or at the expense of suffering, or at the expense of genocide, or at the expense of Nazism. No. These are things that will happen because they're profitable, but they are not factored in. They are not brought into the equation. There is no Second Amendment to capitalism that said, well, actually, if people start profiting from war, then we don't do capitalism. Then we don't try and manipulate people to extract value. Or, oh, you're making housing a commodity? That's objectively terrible. Objectively terrible to everyone. So let's have this principle trying to prey on the vulnerabilities of people. Everyone needs to eat, right? But what if we jack up the prices? Sure. There's nothing under capitalism that says you can't do capitalism when it's food or commoditizing houses. It doesn't say you should do capitalism more to housing or food. It doesn't say you should do it less. It just isn't factored in. Now, you're talking about the consequences. Oh, but then that person will get elected out. That's a whole different kettle of fish. If the capitalists buy the education system, buy the media system, and make it so you have a choice to vote for capitalist A or capitalist B, you can't vote out shit. That's a whole different topic. We're not talking about the implications long term or how would we change the system. We are just simply learning to look at principles and causes so we can understand something properly. If you start from unexamined premises, you are ignorant. You are building on ignorance. What we are learning to do in philosophy is to look at the underlying premises, principles, and causes and start from that. And I'm going to keep making that point because you keep using easily debunked talking points to describe capitalism's effects. We're not describing its effects, we're defining it. In fact, this might be a good time to teach the dialectic. What we're learning is the dialectic. So what I'm starting from is the dialectic has 4 categories: definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. You can understand it with 2 terms, self and other. The self in relation to itself, in other words, the subject, let's say capitalism. How would you define it in terms of itself? That was the principle that we're using. Money. That's it. Or extracting value at the expense of anything good. Now, how does it function is demonstration. How would it function if we lived in a world? Well, that's what we can talk about. Now, you are in all the way down here. You're talking about, well, actually, if we get into the nitty-gritty, we can say, well, technically we can save capitalism. But yes, capitalism makes war because it's profitable. But we can say, oh, that's not pure capitalism. Oh, we've saved it. Good for us. Oh, yes, capitalism makes people like Elon Musk buy the American presidential election, happened this week. But that's not real capitalism. Oh, that's pretend capitalism. Or actually, technically, debunk what I said about war being bad. War is bad, but good and bad do not factor in. That's what we're talking about. So if we are defining capitalism, definition, not talking about how it functions, not talking about the different aspects, or not talking about where that will end humanity, but if we are simply defining the principle of capitalism, give me a simple definition of capitalism that includes any reference to good and bad. Any reference to good and bad. Go ahead. You can't, because there is none. A rational system should have reference to the good, because a system is supposed to create the conditions for and sustain the goodness of the people. So it better freaking well know what good is if it's designed to bring goodness or benefit. At no point in the definition of capitalism is there any references to goodness. If you can make money with cancer, you will make money with cancer. If you can make money with war, you will make money with war. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. There is no reference to good in capitalism. It's simply extracting value for your own personal self, or profiteering. That's what we're talking about, the underlying principle and definition. Now, that's what it is. You can disagree, but I think it's good by creating. No, you're not creating anything. Again, value is reference to good. How much value do the Palestinians have being genocided right now? You're creating something. It's not value. Creating suffering and misery and all sorts of terrible things. Not creating anything good. You don't have to create. Yes, it's a negative. Of course it's a negative. Because there's no necessity to be facilitating the good within capitalism. It's not, how can you extract personal profits so long as you are also providing a good? That's not there. Think about the richest people. They are usually the most sociopathic, or people who have objectively inflicted the most harm and are at the same time working against the good. That's what we're seeing as the functioning of. So we have the definition, then we have its functioning. So what? So this is a new kind of. Are you seriously making the claim that Jeff Bezos has been doing what's good? Bill Gates does what's good? Okay, I think you're trolling. I think these people are well known for being objectively evil towards their employees, towards their business practices, and towards creating a perpetual waste in the environment to maximize personal profit, selling your personal details because it makes money, and so on and so on. Right, so you're doing something else. It's called cherry picking. You're ignoring all of the things I'm talking about to find the one or two things that can prove the belief you already hold. This is called intimidation, according to what we've been reading. Oh, look, of course capitalism is good. Ignore the war, ignore the destruction of the planet, ignore Armageddon, ignore mass genocide, ignore rent doubling, ignore no one being able to afford a basic, decent standard of living. Ignore all those things because you know what? A roller coaster. We wouldn't have had a roller coaster any other way than through genocide and war. If we weren't genociding for profit, if we weren't enslaving for profit, if we weren't making prisoners work for no money as slave labor for profit, we wouldn't have a roller coaster. Bullshit. Use your imagination. Imagine another way where we could have a roller coaster. I'll double down on that. Not only could we have a roller coaster or a personal computer without capitalism, we would have had it sooner because the technology wouldn't have been patented. And we wouldn't have had to have been a battle between Bill Gates and the guy from Xerox or whatever to who can steal the technology and patent it away. And the computers wouldn't need to have been replaced every 2 years. Programmed obsolescence into the system. So not only could we have had roller coasters and computers without genocide, mass slavery, and the systematic destruction of the planet and the creation of suffering of human beings, not only could we have it, it would be better. All you got to do is use your imagination and think for yourself. Otherwise, you're a bootlicker for your own oppressors. Now, I could say all that and address the individual arguments, point to the principles, point to a systematic way called the dialectic where you can reflect with principles and not get tied down to the specifics that keep you blind. I can say all that, just like Plato could say all that to Aristotle. But there is a chance you won't change your mind. Just as there was a chance Aristotle didn't change his mind. In other words, if you don't have the ability to participate in a genuine, good faith, honest reflection on causes and principles by answering my questions and only my questions, not going on tangents, not trying to take over the conversation. Well, what about this? Well, what about this? No. If you can't follow the dialectic, which is what Plato taught, which is what Socrates taught, which is what Parmenides taught, which is what Xenophanes and Homer taught, is the method of evolution and education. It's the paradigm for spirituality, and it's the paradigm for understanding. It's all of it. If you can't follow that dialectic, then you will remain with the beliefs you came into this conversation with. You will not learn anything. Even if I'm offering you the invitation, I'm outlining it, I'm asking questions, I'm going back and back again. It might not be as funny as Socrates, or as, I don't know, charming as some of the other streamers who do this. I've seen one. But that tells us something interesting. There are some things, especially if it's about the dialectic and logos, that will trigger a secondary force called the pathologos. The pathologos is a fundamental false belief about ourselves and our world that we get from childhood. We don't know we have it. It's a fundamental sense of inadequacy about yourself and your own goals. It becomes a mask because you live your life with this false definition. So this dialectic is also your life. You end up with a false definition, what isn't true about your definition of yourself here. Then you function through it, demonstration. It becomes your, by the way, it becomes your mask as you division. Now that functions in your workplace, in your games, in your school, in your friendships, in your relationships at home. That's division. This functioning. So we've got self to self. That's the thing itself. Then how does this self you've defined function to others? Then those others having been affected, how do they affect other others? Division. And then from that division stage of reflection, can you find a common feature or a theme or the most causal element or the most primary thing that has a scope over all the other things? That's synthesizing, that's bringing this many into a one. And then the next step of conclusion is taking that synthesis into a one back to the original definition. Now you've upgraded, you've leveled up. Because you have your original definition plus with this new conclusion added to it. That's the structure of the dialectic. So what? So that's the education that Plato offered Aristotle. But we are ourselves carrying a false, because by the way, our job, and that education through learning this dialectic, learning to think, take the parts of the book together and organize it this way, communicate this way, all of this is the learning that we go through to remember the nature of our consciousness, mind itself, which is being. Remember, over here, we go from the physical world to the realm of being. That's understanding, it's the dialectic, because that's where truth exists. So we can put in here the eidos. It's a different color. That's self-truth. Not a true thing as an adjective, but the selfness of truth, the noun, self-beauty, and so on. These are the aspects of the physical world, of the metaphysical world or the spiritual world. Okay, so this is where the logos takes us. But our pathologos is all the way down here. The existence, the experience of your own mind as a oneness, realizing there's no difference between self and other, it's all your own consciousness, rubs against the belief that you are not good enough, or that you are not adequate enough, or that the physical world only exists, there's no higher intelligence doing this, or caring for you. You can't have both. You can't have this experience of enlightenment or nous, or the different aspects of being, which we are seeking in philosophy. That's literally the philosophy, which is why it's so crazy that philosophy is taught in the Aristotelian model. It's all about opinions, because literally, Socrates is very clear. No, it's this. It's above this line. Philosophy, it has to be. So it's just what it is. But you can't simultaneously hold the view that mind is bad or uncaring while being in the experience of mind itself, which is caring itself, because it's goodness. You can't experience goodness itself and at the same time have the false belief that your mind is only physical or is uncaring. What does that mean? That means the pathologos can't simultaneously exist with your highest level of being, which includes your state of mind or your experience, the way you experience consciousness, and your understanding of it. Both. Significant that we're not getting these experiences through chanting or meditation or counting your breath. It's through understanding. These become your way of being. That way of being you probably had at some level as a kid. That's when your parents stepped in and said, no, this way of being is a threat to the way we do things. We're Catholics. We don't be free. We don't ask questions. Or we're Nazis. We don't reflect on principles to realize we're all the same self with the same goals and our skin color means nothing. That's the family tradition. That's the sickness. That's what we have a responsibility, a moral obligation to uncover through this activity of midwifery, reflect on, understand, and free ourselves from. So what? So the pathologos has to prevent this movement. So there are two forces. There is the forces of learning. So maybe Aristotle really was interested in learning from Plato, but there's another force. So you might be genuinely interested in learning. But I could outline the dialectic, I could address your individual arguments, I could show you how that's not going anywhere, show you how, we're doing the dialectic, show you how we're talking about principles and it's different. I could do all of that. And it's not a block to your genuine interest in learning. It's this. If in spite of that you don't change your mind, then it's not a problem with learning, it's a problem with the pathologos. That's why we do both on this channel. Because hey, this can stay dormant. If you set really low goals for yourself, I'm going to stay a materialist. I like it when my dad pats me on the head when I do a physical activity. That's the greatest joy in my life. Being with dad, doing physical things and never asking questions or never talking or never exploring this nature of reality, where we came from before we were born, where we're going after we die, what we should be doing here, what is justice, none of that stuff. The nice pat on the head and maybe a wink when he hands me a beer. You could do that. Most people do, tragically. And therefore, the pathologos has got nothing to fight against, nothing to block you from. Hey, you'll become an alcoholic just like him. You won't talk to your kids just like him, and you'll pass on the same bullshit to your kids. And so the cycle continues, and it's going to affect your soul negatively in its development. But, if you begin the process of going out of that way of being, going past that glass ceiling, which is always only more and more sharing in the self-logos, that's the game, that's our development, that's the whole thing. This is all the self-logos. The more you 100% risk yourself, courage, excellence, to share as fully as you can in the self-logos, reflecting on the nature of self, the one self and your mind, then you're starting to move up here. That's when your personal pathologos alarm clock bells go off and say, no. And it can sabotage your learning. Any conclusions that you come to will be dismissed. Oh, I wasn't right about that. You'll start to make stupid comments like, oh, Jeff Bezos actually does good things. Or, of course we need war. Otherwise, where would we get computers from? Of course we need slave labor and planned obsolescence. And it'll keep you stuck there. Because that's his job. So our question is, well, did Aristotle have a bad teacher in terms of how teachers go? I mean, Socrates was murdered when Plato was quite young. Parmenides would have been a good teacher, but Plato is up there. So Plato knows this. So why didn't someone with a nickname the Brain? No, this isn't strawmanning. This is talking about the principles. Yes, everyone loves their own family. Everyone does. That's why it's powerful. If you didn't love your family, why would you hold on to a false belief that limits you? Doesn't make sense. It's a universal human condition. It's the pathologos. You might need to go back a few episodes. You can check on the YouTube page. Even if you start at the beginning of chapter 2, I mean, you can go all the way back to the start, but you are fundamentally unaware of something called the pathologos. So when you say, oh, that's a straw man argument, my family was great, you don't understand the pathologos. Of course you think that. All children think that. Go to your next door neighbor and say, hey, you know your alcoholic dad, who we're all sick of, do you love him? Yes, he's the greatest. Of course they think that. We grow up as children dependent on these people, and they cosplay the knower. That's where it comes from. Okay. They'll be, when they reach a certain age where they can reflect, they won't buy into it anymore. Oh, that's crazy, Uncle. That's crazy, Dad. He always whatever. But when they're 2 or 3 or 4 years old or 5 years old, and they're dependent on them, yeah, they become the model of excellence, of beauty, of truth, of goodness that keeps you stuck here. That's the pathologos. Now, I've just told you that you don't know something. Are you going to continue to insist that you do? Or are you going to find something to be curious about? I've never heard of this pathologos. Probably because I am from a tradition where Aristotle was given... Okay, here's where we're going back to. Let's go back to the point. We can wonder whether Plato was a good enough teacher to give an understanding of the art of the logos to make the same cases we're making today. We can wonder about that. But it seems like, well, what we are learning in this book is, in order to learn, you have to be doing two things. Yes, reading the dialectic reading the logos the way that we're doing, looking for the dialectic, applying it. You also have to be doing philosophical midwifery. It's only when you start to progress up the self logos that this thing comes in at full force to block you. So I can say anything right now. I could be Socrates right now. And if somebody has a personal pathologos that they haven't reflected on, it doesn't matter. This is the most powerful force in the physical world. The pathologos. Doesn't matter if you're talking to Socrates himself. If you think that you've got it right because you don't know your pathologos and you don't know the principle of the pathologos, you could literally be talking to Socrates himself and you'll walk away more ignorant, more entrenched in your ignorance than when you started. By the way, they murdered Socrates. The person who has left us the handbook to understand all human problems and reach our destiny and save our species, that Socrates, through 2,000 years is giving us what we need to save our species and to save our individual souls. That Socrates was murdered by the state, by a group of men who thought they knew better than Socrates. We're reading the Meno. Meno thinks he knows better than Socrates, thinks he should be in charge, likes to be in charge, likes to give his opinions, likes to point to physical things, likes to insist there's no realm of being. That's Meno. We'll be reading him tomorrow. That sounds insane. It is insane for somebody who knows sanity. In other words, if the insanity of the person who can actually do benefit because he has the logos, killing him or pretending that Meno knows better, if that sounds insane, that's because you have an awareness of the logos. You have become rational. That's rare. That's why
no one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
In order to do that, we have to recognize there are two forces in play: our forgetting of the logos, which is how we learn, and the pathologos that function specifically to block that. So, just like in this conversation, thank you so much for sharing it with me. I was very curious as to where it was going and why. This very conversation has demonstrated a principle that can help us understand why we started with Homer, Xenophanes, Parmenides, Socrates, Plato, but we ended with Aristotle. What the heck happened there? Because that's where it all went wrong. By the way, the reason we are reading Socrates, Plato's books about Socrates half the time, and this philosophical midwifery book the other half, is because Plato didn't have both sides. He didn't write about midwifery. So this book that we're reading is adding the other half to what Plato seems to be lacking from his dialogues. Could that shed light on what happened between Socrates and Aristotle? If he was so smart and his intelligence went on to do such horrible things to our whole society that we are feeling the effects of to this day, what happened? What happened between... If he was so smart that his intelligence unchecked could be filtered into what? His pathologos. what happened between here and here. And by reading this book together, are we doing our best with the highest amount of integrity and hopefully fun to make sure it doesn't happen again? That maybe we can learn from this experience here and what it's like to live in this world and go through the process of having to rediscover this teaching again. Are we adding, and not just adding, but moving forward the evolution of our species? It's our desire for mature relationships with those we love that draws us to dialogue meaningfully with parents and authorities. In philosophical midwifery, this is a return to one's roots, a return home again. For to complete this cycle is to bring an end to the pathologos. In that victory, we become heroes because we know something about what it takes to go through that process of becoming rational. We've closed the loop. We've completed what most needed completion. Are we doing a similar thing? By reflecting on what was needed between Socrates and Aristotle in that lineage? And by reading this book, are we returning back to that to close that loop? And can it be a loop we close forever in our species? Because we know, because we are going through right now together ourselves the experience of, we know what it takes to go through that process to become rational, to overcome the difficulties of what happened when we left something fundamental out. The art of philosophical midwifery. There is a beauty and a sense of intrinsic correctness to the decision to re-examine those early pathologos scenes and to discuss them with those who played convincing roles, their convincing roles within those scenes. In discussions with them, we can discover how these early scenes in our life led to false beliefs about ourselves. Through sharing with them, they can realize the depth and shaping power, Aristotle, of those pathologos scenes. For there is no reason why the process cannot be reversed. Since passing into the pathologos is like falling asleep, and waking up is to move from that sleepwalking zombie state of being a slave to the pathologos to the awakened logos. And in doing so, we're closing a loop and realizing in our direct experience a shared. Thank you so much for stopping in. Thanks for the questions. And join the Discord if you want. Are we realizing in our direct experience of this very lifetime what it takes to wake up? And in doing so, seeing how important it is and how difficult that process is, such that we should make sure we never forget it again? Never forget it again. The alternative is to remain immature, but that will be increasingly difficult with our increasing insight. This struggle to overcome the pathologos in this way, to close the loop for our own souls and maybe even for our species, is a different kind of suffering. You are not a victim like the Christ idea of suffering. You are not inflicting torture and sadism like the political idea of suffering. It's the hero's journey to overcome the deepest suffering. It's the hero's journey to overcome suffering itself within our soul and within our species. That's the game. It's the most fun. I'm so happy that we had some chatters today. Thank you for stopping in. I wonder if you're never going to forget it. Each moment when you have a choice, share in the logos about self, or go down the other path, Aristotle's path, pathologos path. But how can I do that in each moment, choose to somehow share in the logos of self? I know I'm supposed to do it all the time, and that's how we read and how we talk and how we help people, and it's also the spirituals game and also the understanding. But every time, even when here's a hint. Just because most people stopped at Aristotle doesn't mean we have to. Let's go all the way back to our friend Xenophanes here. How can we offer ourselves an invitation to share in the logos at each moment? How about Xenophanes' question? At each moment, could you wonder and ask yourself the question, hey, I know I was focusing on that specific thing or thinking about that specific thing or listening to that specific thing, but wait a minute. Right now, what is the whole of seeing itself? Not distinguishing foreground from background, but the whole of sight and the whole of hearing and the whole of thinking right now. What's the whole of that? We can add. Many years after Aristotle, around 2000 or so, 2200, came another person in this lineage. His name is Pierre Grimes, our author, our guide as we read. One of the things he added isn't just this complementary half that maybe left us with Socrates and we are reintroducing. It's also philosophical midwifery. He highlighted the significance and relationship between dreams to midwifery and the dialectic or logos. He also showed the connection between everyday thoughts, waking thoughts, everyday thoughts, in contrast to dreams, how the two fit together. Another thing he did for us. Oh, and he turned, I think, 3 major battles that helped us defeat Hitler and the Nazis. So, round of applause for stopping the Nazis. That time we had to do it then, before doing it again now, and doing it before many times in the past, as though
no one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
Nevertheless, for fighting valiantly to stop Hitler. Round of applause. He also added this. Xenophanes, what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? What is watching that? What does that do? Given our reflection on true education, being a movement from the physical world to the world of being, and then to the first hypothesis, oneself. As a question, you could call it a mantra if you want, or koan is a better one, or just a fun question you can carry in your question sack. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what is watching? There's your invitation to share in the self-logos in every moment. Between the coffees you have with your friends who are also in this game because they're awesome and cool. And so you have coffee with them to practice the dialectic and share questions. What is the whole and what is watching? Is that significant? Is it tying in the idea of the oneself? Maybe. See how it goes. So, on that note, Pierre Grimes, what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? Let's move it over. There we go. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what's watching? Even that mind. One more round of applause for our author, Pierre Grimes. And a dance from Stuffies. Stuffy dance, stuffy dance, stuffy dance, stuffy dance. Because these contributions are nothing to sneeze at. I laugh because these are the least sneezable contributions a human being could make to you, to your soul, to your happiness, to your development, to our species. Reintroducing philosophical midwifery. Showing how you can apply the dialectic to understand even dreams and how they apply to those two types of learning we've been talking about in true education. Learning the logos, learning midwifery to free yourself from the pathologos. Oh, and also showed that there is a kind of connection between the messages we get in dreams and the different sorts of messages we get in our everyday thoughts. Different roles, but they have a function together. So I mean, midwifery, dreams, and everyday thoughts. What more? What more do you want? To be able to show the logos understandable structure, knowable structure, and in doing so you are able to connect with providence. Logos and providence. Remember, those are the two key features of the third hypothesis. That's the next stage. That's what we have to learn. By learning the art of the logos, we are able to tap into providence. Showing it in our problems with midwifery, showing it with our dreams, and showing it with even our everyday thoughts, which, as we are reading, can sometimes function to keep alive the pathologos image that your dreams give you clues about, and your problems also give you information and clues about. So when I say nothing to sneeze at, what's the opposite of sneezing? It's something to take a huge sniff at. Doesn't work. Oh, hey, welcome. I had a dream where I got asked what I wanted to do in my next life, and I said everything they said. It was dangerous. Also, the person talking to me was sort of looked like Jesus. Oh, okay. Could I give you some help on it? All right. Good question. Good that you're remembering your dreams. But this is a question. Do we bring dream analysis into the channel? I'm not sure yet. I mean, as we're saying, it is simply the application of the dialectic, the same dialectic we're learning in midwifery and on our other days, philosophy. However, it does require a kind of it requires a genuine openness to actually challenging your deepest, most loved beliefs. In order to reach your highest goals, you have to be genuinely interested in philosophy. You have to be genuinely interested in becoming free of your suffering and your psychic energy parasites. It's a process. You're going to have to go through counterattacks like we talked about today. The more that you do the logos and the more insights you have through your dreams, the more your pathologos is going to fight back to try to get you to undermine your insights, undermine the channel, undermine the logos itself, because it's the strongest force in the physical world. It's because people have had enlightenment experiences of the realm of being, but even then, give them a week or two and they're back into their problems. So it does require a lot. It might also be better to do through Discord, like on the channel, but with you as a person, like on a little video screen. I think you have to demonstrate that you, if not mastery of the self-logos, which is the ideal, you have a personally significant goal that you are wanting to reach with excellence. Otherwise, you don't have the stakes. You don't have the motivation to push forward when it gets tough. No, I really want to play music. I can't keep telling myself that no one wants to hear me. That kind of thing. Oh, but if you say that and you're a nice, quiet Muslim, you'll get acceptance. No. I don't care about the acceptance from my family and that tradition anymore. I've seen where it goes, and it doesn't go all the way to this music stage. I'm going to do what I can to tell the truth and become free of that so that I can get on that stage, because that's my goal. You need one of those? Of course you can, yeah. And also, it's usually works better in person. So if you had a video on Discord, maybe we could put your face up somewhere. So it's a possibility. We could. I know what you mean. I really do. Oh, that's great. I mean, it is the best thing to do. It's a good question, and I'm glad you're fighting for it, because that's the spirit you need. Every single one of our dreams is a profound message about our problems and our logos, our learning. It's your guide. It's your... Anyway, but again, you will see this all for yourself if you keep this interest up. Okay, some other practical things. You dream about, on average, 3 or 4 times a night. The dreams come in 90-minute intervals. So if you sleep for more than an hour and a half, you're having more than one dream. So when you wake up, often you'll remember like scenes of a whole movie, but there'll be like changes, like, oh, I was having this thing. I go into a swimming pool. But then the next scene, I was on a plane. I'm not sure how I got there. Well, it's probably a different dream. So keep that in mind. The best way of recording it is as soon as you wake up, get your phone and press record or any audio recording device, and record it. Anything you remember, any words, any characters, especially words spoken, states of mind, activity, drama, all of it. Furniture, especially states of mind as well, yeah, important ones. Feeling states. If you can't remember it, just start talking anyway. Talk about how you're feeling. Talk about any thoughts that come up, any feelings that come up. Just watch. Use Xenophanes' question. What's watching? And that habit will help you remember. If you like, you can set your alarm for every 90 minutes so that you can wake up fresh and record that dream really accurately and then go back to sleep. Another 90 minutes, wake up again, record the next dream. If you really want to go hard and learn to develop a relationship and a language of communication with your own mind and yourself, your daemon. So you can take that audio and you can type it up or transcribe it. Or some people have apps that automatically transcribe audio. So they'll do that and then they'll go through and they'll check any, correct any spelling mistakes or weird translations. What you can do at first is record it into audio and leave it. And then at the end of the day, type it up from memory and then transcribe the audio and compare the two. And you'll see something interesting about how your memory works. It's a fun thing. So are there any books you need to read? Really this one. This is the book, the Philosophical Midwifery book. That's the main one. And we're reading that together. Or you could buy your own copy. It looks like this. Other than that, the Balboa versions of Plato, because if dreams are telling us about two things, midwifery, the more you understand midwifery, the better. Dreams can lead into midwifery questions, the art of midwifery, but also dreams can illuminate new insights into your learning. So reading the book that we're reading here, reading the Balboa version of Plato, which we do on the other half of the channel, these are the two things. Other than that, there's one other book that I would recommend. Normally it lives close by. It's called Is It All Relative? By the amazing Dr. Pierre Grimes. Is It All Relative? That's a really good one. It's as you go through midwifery or as you go through philosophy, you are faced with this idea that's very common in our society. It's a common belief. It's the belief that it's all relative. So we talked about Aristotle's problem of not leaving the physical world and turning his mind to understand the realm of being. And we talked about how that's how pathologos functions as well. That's what keeps us entrenched in our ignorance. Girlfriend asked. Show off. All right. Yes, I will. Philosophical midwifery. Right, so philosophical midwifery is a term coined by Socrates using his mother as an analogy. Just as she is a midwife of babies, she can recognize someone who's pregnant with a baby. She can help them through the pains and the travails of giving birth. After they give birth, she can judge whether it's a healthy baby or if it's a sick baby or a stillborn baby or a baby that needs to be aborted. There's one other thing she does. She knows who to match up. Who to hook up to give birth to the best babies. Although you don't talk about that because that's often called being a pimp. Socrates says, I do all of those same things, not with babies, but with a higher art. A higher art. He's judging arts in terms of a hierarchy. A higher art than even that, giving birth to ideas. Philosophical midwifery. So all of those qualities that I mentioned, you and your girlfriend, write them down somewhere, and then figure out what might be the analogical equivalent in midwifery. It's a fun activity for you guys to do. If you want. Because that's the point. That's what he does. He's not giving you the answers. He's giving you little puzzles to solve. Because it's fun. And you're seeing it for yourself. It's like solving a maths equation. So all of those qualities that I mentioned about his mum, similar thing to ideas. Now, I'll give you one for free. We talked about the two roles, our learning and midwifery, removing our blocks and then using that freedom to climb the ladder. He says, my mum is good at judging whether it is a healthy baby, the ideas within us that we are giving birth to, whatever the equivalent of healthy is in terms of ideas and the logos, or a sick one that needs to be aborted. So we apply the term to specifically this one, even though technically it's both. So it's the art of using logos, which is the understandable pattern of reality, of understanding itself, of words, using it as an art through a structure called the dialectic, which is super simple, only has 4 parts. There you go. To help somebody through the process of discovering an unsuspected problem that they have that's repeating through their life, blocking their development, specifically their development of the logos or towards their most significant goals, so that they can find its root cause and address that origin scene themselves more accurately with the logos in a way they weren't able to at the time, previously. Such that they address an insult against themselves that they have been carrying, causing their anger. And addressing a false conclusion to have made sense of that situation in a way where you take the blame unfairly. So by addressing what's really going on, using your understanding you've been developing of the logos and the dialectic, using your understanding of where the pathologos comes from, use all that understanding you didn't have when you were 3 or 4 to address what was really happening, put the puzzle together, and discover what you have been carrying about yourself and reality and mind that was false, affording you a freedom from it and a freedom from the most sinister class of human problems, the kind that repeats and the kind that blocks you from learning. The next thing is, well, after you are free of what's false about self and reality, what are you going to do with all that freedom? The dialectic would say, hang on a second, the 4 categories of what's false. If you're free of what's false, do you want to spend that freedom to figure out what's true? That's why we do midwifery with philosophy, because that's what Socrates is doing. So that's midwifery for your girlfriend. So, keep doing what you're doing if you're following this channel. And the only other book, that I would recommend highly is It All Relative? So, we've been talking about midwifery to free us from our personal pathologos that keeps us chained to our problems, our suffering, our ignorance. the cause of human problems, right? So what do we need? A midwife in every household by 2017. Wait, can't go back in time. This is my political campaign. A midwife in every household by 2026. We wouldn't have the problems we are suffering from.
No one seems to be learning or growing or addressing actual problems.
So our personal pathologos comes to birth within our house, which also exists within our culture and society. This is called the milieu. It's a fancy word that makes you sound fancy. If I was ever to try and seduce a French girl, I would say, I am wondering about your milieu. I don't know. Pretend I didn't. One of the most common milieu beliefs, or societal pathologos, to use that term loosely, is the belief that there is no truth. Everything is a matter of perspective, and it's your personal perspective that informs your opinion, and so everything is also a matter of opinion. Isn't it all relative to your own perspective? Isn't it all relative to your own opinion? Isn't what's true for you, and what's true for me is true for me, and who's to say what's right and wrong? Who cares? Elect Trump. It's a common one, and therefore it's one to likely have influence over most people's pathologos at the time of recording in modern Western culture. And that book is a conversation at a coffee shop with people discussing that belief. Is it all relative? That's the name of the book. And it's freaking fantastic. I've already said the F word once in the stream. I can't say it twice, so I think that's a rule. I don't know. It's fantastic because the people, for some reason, because the author is a freaking genius is the reason. It's funny because it sounds funny, but it's true. Anyway, he's a genius. So as you read it, you'll find, well, if I was at that coffee table, I'd ask this question. And then the person asks that question. And then the person, the dialectician at the table, the philosopher at the table, nails the answer. Like, really gets to the essence of it. And it's freaking beautiful. So yeah, Is It All Relative? Get that book. It's blue one. Oh, and bonus, there's a second part to the book where it runs you through a beginner's guide to analogy, which is amazing because analogy is how we think. Analogy is how we learn. Analogy is what we use in the logos. This whole system is analogy. Look, the physical world that we sort of are aware of ourselves in now, down here, somehow had to come from this world of being. A certain likeness, certain reflection. Like hot things make things hot, cold things make things cold. You don't make things hot with an ice cube. Something about the realm of being is able to generate the physical world. And if our journey is to raise our state of consciousness or our experience to higher and higher dimensions of reality, if that's the game, then we have to start by developing a dialectical understanding of that which we don't know through experience yet. What's it like to have to be the whole of all of the parts? The greatest whole with all the greatest parts. To be infinite, but also limited. Or unlimited, but still self-contained, so perfectly limited. There's nothing outside you, but also unlimited in a strange way. These are the questions we have over coffee with our friends. So what do? We use analogy. someone who has an understanding and experience of that, like Socrates, which is why we read Socrates and Pierre Grimes, you will use an analogy to say, oh, you know how this thing is like this? You know how you can be swimming underwater and you can be down there like, I don't know, with a breathing apparatus, and it's like there's a whole universe. But then when you stick your head above water and you take off your mask and you breathe the air, it's like, oh, now you're in the real world kind of thing. You know how you've had that experience at the swimming pool. Now imagine that, but for three-dimensional space-time experience. Now, of course, it's not going to be the same because it's an analogy. Likeness. There's analogy means some like, some unlike. Let's draw it. Analogy. You've got a greater realm and you've got a lesser realm. You want to get to the greater, but you only have experience of the lesser. So just as you are sticking your head out of the pool, so too, and there's double dots means so too, is a similar or a like thing happening in the greater realm where you stick your head out of the physical world into the realm of being. Or the astral level, if there's a level between being, I don't know. So we call that the principle of likeness. And this is key because there's only a handful of words that are the most fundamental words of language, of thinking. These are our tools. So we talk about the dialectic. We use the dialectic with, ideally, certain set of terms called self-logos terms. They are the terms that Parmenides uses when he gives us the 9 hypotheses. Whole and part, motion and rest, limit and unlimited, like and unlike, same and different, in time and out of time. 12 Olympian gods. Of course, there are other ones like beauty and goodness and truth. These are all things that apply to the realm of being, which is neat because we're interested in going to the realm of being, sticking our head out of the pool. So we have to use these words ideally. Likeness is one of them. Another couple is same and different. So we need to use, ideally, these self-logos words to understand the greater. So what? Analogy itself is the representation of these principles that allow us to not just allow reality to unfold, this reality, the greater, somehow unfolding something that is like it, that's different from it. It's its creation, but there has to be something the same about it. Likewise, in order to understand and to develop a dialectical understanding of a realm we have no idea about yet, we've got to use this. And look to people who are there and say, oh, by the way, here's a good analogy. This thing that you have an experience of in your third dimensional world, sticking your head out of the pool, there is something the same, there is something the different. There is something same and something different about this realm that you can use this as an analogy for, something like it. To wonder about, to talk about with your friend over coffee, to imagine, to contemplate. So analogy is one of those key principles that we use in thinking and philosophy. By the way, at the root of our hunt in philosophical midwifery, the underlying cause to our problems, our pathologos, is a problem because of analogy. We think the way we were treated by our parents or parental surrogates when we were showing ourselves here in our origin scene, that's the greater. That's why we say it's kind of like a distortion of an initiation scene. It's like, wow, I'm finally being initiated into spiritual teaching. I've never seen my parents come out like this before. Never seen them act so confident or so knowing or give me their full attention even. So we walk away, and again, we're babies. We're just wee babies. So there's no blaming us for buying the act, because they were not actually great or beautiful or good. They were pretending. They were imitating their own models, cosplaying. But we think it's so real because of the image of beauty that everything else in our life is the lesser expression of the greater. If I showed myself when I was 4, and I don't even remember it happening, I don't even remember, then I was crushed. Therefore, every moment in life is a lesser analogy of the greater. If I show myself, if I talk to that girl I like, if I go for that job I want, then I'll be shut down in the same way. I'm going to avoid that. That's how our false beliefs function through time to enchain us. There's a false analogy behind it. So you get a whole book giving you these fun exercises and asking you questions. It's awesome. It's fun. It's like little, like Sudokus in the back, but it's not just the Sudoku, because it's little mind puzzles that give you understanding that you can take with you your entire life and maybe even beyond. Because if this is a principle, then it's a principle for always, including if we go to higher dimensions. We can ask, oh, by the way, if we do stick our head above water, what if that's a lower level and there's a greater cause to even that? So it's a fun book. Is It All Relative by Dr. Pierre Grimes. Also, because the Logos has two complementary parts, midwifery and philosophy, us recognizing that the root cause or root principle behind our problems is a false analogy that we are carrying and applying each moment. Each moment is a lesser expression of exactly what it was like at home when this happened, the origin scene. Not only can we have that insight, but we can jump across to philosophy, because it's the dialectic. Remember, the dialectic has two things. Whatever you see in the negative, if there is if we come to a conclusion about our problem down here, let's use white. So our conclusion from that reflection was, oh heck, there's a false analogy at play. So we did a little dialectic. Your girlfriend wanted a definition of midwifery, and then we talked about how it functioned. Then we talked about other implications of it, and we said, oh, by the way, there's a false analogy behind it. So there was a loose dialectic behind our reflection. But if we see it here, then we can set ourselves up for a potential insight into here, because this is the negative reflection of this. Meaning, not the false appearance of beauty, greatness, care, but the actual, true paradigm or experience of those things. If we experience mind itself, or self-experiencing mind, or the idea of the self, the experience of the self, does that mean that if we are lucky enough for our dialectics on using our analogy to make dialectics on being, if it worked well enough to open us up to the actual experience of it, could that also function as a true analogy? Just as the false appearance of enlightenment, of beauty, caused a false analogy that screwed up our lives, caused all our goddamn problems. Is there an equivalent over here? By the way, Socrates talks about the dialectician needing to ask questions, but also when we're doing, let's take midwifery for example. When we go back to those origin scenes, we're saying, oh, they're not actually beautiful. They were actually crushing you in this way or this way. What if the person says, oh no, they were actually beautiful? If the dialectician has an experience of beauty itself, can function as a true analogy to be used as the greater model or paradigm for this discussion. In other words, the dialectician will know what to ask specifically about the appearance that's different from the model, because this conversation is definitely lesser than the experience of ultimate beauty, but you can carry it with you as a true greater to lesser analogy for the lesser expression in everything else that you do. Not just in this conversation, but everything. If you're seeking truth, justice, excellence, beauty, or just doing what you want to do, min-maxing it, then you'll want to be doing it at all times. Just as this is a problem, just as our false analogy is a problem because we are doing it at all times. We are a walking, unconscious, somnolent, was from the text, but that means sleepwalker or a zombie. We're walking zombies, applying a false analogy at all times. That's the human condition. To become rational, to become caring as a result of becoming rational in this way, then we do this. Then we do this, and then we dance, because my stuffies like to dance. We do this. Apply this box. That's our journey. That's our life, which involves understanding our false analogy on this side, 4 categories to what's false, 4 categories to what's true. Seeing how, oh, by the way, the negative is a reflection of the positive, but this false analogy could only exist if within our soul we are seeking the true analogy. So this is wrong, but it's needed, but its kind of existence, while not true existence, shows the necessity for there actually being this principle of the true analogy. All of the negatives show, if you take that position, show the necessity of the positive. So what? So by understanding your pathologos on this side, the self that doesn't exist, you are freeing yourself from this by seeing it's a false distortion, but shows the necessary existence of this. So it's wrong, but it serves a purpose to point to remind you of this. So you're freeing yourself from this while also learning to develop this. How do you carry the true analogy of the true experience of beauty, truth, wisdom, goodness with you at all times, and use it as your model to function in a good way, which would be as a dialectician. That's the game. That's the human game. It's the only game in town. It's the funnest game in town. It's the noblest game. And then there's a similar art where so what we just expressed was making this journey of the Logos, that freeing yourself from your personal pathologos here, and making the journey to the realm of being here with understanding as well, so you can look back at other people here going through a similar process and you can help them, so you have an experience of the self, of pure mind, you have an understanding of it, you can function with both to benefit the people who are coming up this way. That's being a philosophical midwife. But also you can turn around in this direction. The second level of philosophy. Using whatever you have gained, the dialectic and direct experience of reality, dianoia and nous, understanding and knowledge, what you've gained here that you can use to help others going through the physical world of beliefs, can you use that to make another journey through the realm of being to stick your head even above that? What is experiencing mind, or what is the cause of pure being? Just as we have a dialectician called a midwife that's helping this way, we can expect there to be an art of someone who is existing on this realm, has whatever the equivalent of knowledge is for that, has some sort of direct, it's not an experience, because experience is below here, because the best experience is here. So it's not an experience, some sort of state of being of the self. And by the way, the Logos, understanding, how does that relate in a different way to the one self? Because there must be an art of somebody who has whatever the equivalent of understanding is here, whatever the equivalent of direct experience is here, and is using that to help the person making this journey. Socrates calls that either the activity of philosophy or the activity of the next stage above philosophy, philophrenesis. Can go either way. So we can do both, can't we? We read Philosophical Midwifery, we talk about our questions and our dreams and our insights here and on the Discord channel to move through this. Also, we are reading Socrates, which helps us to stick our head up and experience that. And we can take what we've been learning and what we've been experiencing of the Logos and the dialectic to function as a midwife for our friends and ourselves when we need it, as well as wonder about what's even the cause of pure being, the self. Then, when you're in this realm, we've already talked about there being a dialectician who can look down to help you. Is there another? Does he also, in the same way the midwife can look down but also look up to make that journey, is there an equivalent looking up from this state of being? If so, you are going beyond the 10 ox herding pictures of Buddhism. That's a fun idea to think about. What would that be? So that's the puzzle Socrates leaves us, by the way. He says, by the way, I've done my job. I've mastered the dialectic and midwifery. I've helped people with their problems. I've even helped people reach this dimension. Where I'm going to is not reincarnation back and forth from the physical to the spiritual realm. I'm at the end of the spiritual realm. That's where I'm going after I die, says Socrates in the Phaedo. If you're a real philosopher, race to meet me there as quick as you can. Which is a puzzle. So Socrates says, hey, not only do you free your pathologos here, not only in philosophy do you experience and climb through here, there's another stage beyond philosophy he calls philophrenesis. That's where I'm looking. There's therefore would be another level of reading the text that when we're ready for it, we can tackle it that way. Or kill two birds with one stone, have our attention directed to both the realm of being and the self at all times with a sense of openness and wonder, because we are carrying with us the mantra that was given to us by Xenophanes and Pierre Grimes. What is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking right now? And what's watching? If you decide to carry that with you for a week, whatever you're doing, keep the question. Let us know how you go. In the chat, in the comment section, or on Discord. So, a little bit of a history lesson. Important because we need to understand the context that we come into the world. Why do we pick this part of history where we have to pick up these elements that Pierre Grimes left for us after losing them after Socrates? Thank you for joining me. Big stream today. Thank you for watching. If you've gotten all the way to the end of the video on YouTube, tomorrow we'll be jumping into the Mino. I'm also doing music streams. If you want to hang out and listen to some music and ask some philosophy questions and wonder about things in a more chill atmosphere, check me out on Twitch, Jed Phoenix Music. And stay wondering, my friends. I will see you next time. Bye.